Bum bum bum. Shoo up, shoo up. Bum 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 bum. Shoo up, shoo up. Bum 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 bum. She's live again at 2:30. Again. Tinfoil tiara, nothing to do. She's got a map, some string and glue. Connecting dots that never were true. Bless her heart, she's got a clue. Back up, she's got a clue. Well, maybe two. Back up. Ooh, maybe not. Candy rot. Candy rot. Round and round that wagon rolls. Living rent-free in rabbit holes. Got receipts. Wait, maybe not. Candy rot. Candy rot. Somebody unplug that Wi-Fi spot. Shoo up, pull the plug before she ties another knot. She found a shadow on the moon. Doo-wop, doom and gloom. Swears the mailman's a platoon. She'll crack this case by end of June. Hang on, I'm still connecting the roof. She screenshots clouds for evidence. Oh, the evidence. Honey, that's called coincidence. Just coincidence. Candy rot. Candy rot. Round and round that wagon rolls. Living rent-free in rabbit holes. Got receipts. Wait, maybe not. Candy rot. Candy rot. Somebody unplug that Wi-Fi spot. Shoo up, pull the plug before.
Hey everybody, welcome in, welcome in. We're gonna get started soon.
We've been down this road before.
She closed one hole.
She found four more.
She found four more.
Bless her heart, we do adore
the absolute unhinged encore.
Oh, she's our girl.
Our glorious mess.
Be of more or less.
Can't change the channel, we confess.
She is wearing us like a Sunday dress.
Sunday dress.
Bum, bum, bum.
Now she's gone completely dark.
Shoo up off the.
All right, before that continues on, y'all, welcome into the counter offense. Welcome to Wild and Wired Media. My name is Regina Connell. Ryan Mauro will be with us soon. I hope my sound is okay. It sounds like I'm having some issues. Y'all let us know in the comment section. I see that y'all already started getting the comment section going, so we appreciate you. Those of you that asked about, there's two live streams showing on YouTube. So if you'll notice, one of them has a little phone icon. That's the one you can watch in portrait mode on your devices. The one that doesn't have any icon, just the regular title, is full screen landscape mode. So if you're watching on a TV, laptop, whatever, that's probably the mode you would want to choose. So anyway, we are going to get started. The debate is set to start at 11 a.m. So I'm not sure which channel Ryan's going to want to watch it from, but I was going to watch it from the Crucible. We'll also check in on some friends that we know are running lives as well. So what is the stream about? So it is a debate between Andrew Wilson of the Crucible and Candace Owens with Candace Owens. So they will be defending their positions. Andrew Wilson's position is that there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is indeed the shooter and should be put on trial. And Candace Owens's position is that there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is not the shooter and that he's a patsy. So yeah, I don't know if it's so much political. I mean, Charlie wasn't, he spoke on political things, but he wasn't a political figure. He didn't hold office or anything, but I guess you could say it is. So thanks for coming through. We're glad you're here, the not operator. So I'm waiting for a couple of people to come in. Ryan's going to be here. Then Mr. Xclusive is due to drop by if he's able to. I know he's got a packed full schedule. So we are streaming live across the X platform, Ryan Mauro's account, and then also mine, Regina R. Connell. Then we're also streaming live on Facebook, Ryan Mauro, all of that. Oh, never. Yes. I don't know if you have kept up with what's going on, but there are several conspiracy theorists out there who believe that, it's a big conspiracy that Tyler Robinson did not do it. So y'all let us know what you think in the comment section. I'm more interested to see how this debate is going to go. It's supposed to go a minimum of 3.5 hours. So y'all get your snacks, get your drinks, get ready. It's going to be exciting. Smarty Jones 86. Hey y'all, how are you doing? Thank you for pulling through. So let's finish this song and then we're gonna get right on to I'm gonna see they should be starting soon. So maybe we'll drive by Paramount Tactical and all of them. Everybody's going live, so it's pretty exciting. I don't know what to expect, y'all. I just don't. I just do not. All right, let's finish this song. We'll get to it. Let me pull this stuff up.
The Wi-Fi towers ate my spark. She'll resurface after dark
with 40 slides and a question mark.
Bless her heart.
Candy rock,
round and round she goes.
Where she stops,
nobody knows.
got receipts.
She lost the lot.
Somebody unplugged that Wi-Fi spot.
All right, let's go one more time while I pull this stuff up. Man, their comment sections have been going
She's
for
live
a
again
long
at
time.
2:30 again.
Hours.
Again.
Tinfoil tiara, nothing to do. She's got a map, some string and glue, connecting dots that never were true. Bless her heart, she's got a clue.
That girl, she's got a clue.
Well, maybe two.
All right, y'all. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and go on over to I'm interested to see what the comments look like on both channels. Patrick Bet David is the moderator for this debate. Michael Knowles had declined. For those of you that, let's see, the not operator says, I think Candace Owens is a bit unsympathetic and vile for all the videos she's made on the subject. But hey, that's why hers has gone far more than an opinion, though, I believe. So I agree with you on that. So let's run on over here and see what her comment section is saying. And then we'll look at the Crucible and see what that's saying. I don't know why that fell off like that. Let's get it back up here. So that's her. And she calls it the Great Debate. I just called it the debate. I don't know what's so great about it. It's not a great subject. $300,000. Erica Kirk is an actor. Well, thank you for saying that. We'll see. Are you going to be watching the debate? Thank you for pulling through, by the way. So let's go see what's in Candace's comment section. If you guys could see up on the screen. Let me see if I can pause it. So we'll go back. Oh, yeah, she's loaded up with super chats and super stickers. Let's see how Andrew Wilson is faring over here. Oh, he's not doing as well. Wow. So she got paid $300,000. And on top of that, y'all, look at all her super chats and super stickers. Somebody said that they added it up one time and it was like a bunch. That is nuts. Wow. So let's see. Why is Andrew calling us all sycophants and crazy when we are literally just commenting on his behavior and track record? So the debate is not about anyone's behavior or track record, right? This debate is about people defending their positions. So I think he is a good debater. He does lose his temper sometimes. Well, when it's her own channel, the comment section will bombard the opposition with hate. They will. Oh, no, and trust, her people go up in other people's comment sections too. So everybody's kind of floating around. Let's see. Let's go to Andrew and see what his... Oh, good. He's getting more. And he didn't call it a great debate either. Here we go. Here's his channel. So y'all, if you can go help him out and you believe in what he's doing... I would say go help him out. Y'all, I don't know if you know, but Ryan Mauro has super chat, super stickers enabled. So if y'all want to contribute to the Mauro Institute, you can go to ryanmauro.com. I'll put all that stuff up on the screen. So let's go see what everybody's saying. What's everybody talking about? Let's see. Here is sunny Scotland. Oh, there are people internationally. Today, I don't even know what that word is. A troglodyte stumbles into the crucible. What does that even mean? Air fry this hammerhead shark. What? Well, Candace was never a master debater. I don't think she's ever been a debater either. PBD had his stream set for an hour early. You sure he just didn't update it to reflect the real time? There's been a lot of speculation surrounding this debate, y'all. I don't know. You let us know what you think. Some people even speculated that it's a pre-record. So I don't know what kind of indicators they will give us as to whether it's actually live, or it's a pre-record. Now, I would hope that Andrew Wilson would come out and say it's a pre-record. Somebody would. They shouldn't play with us like this. So, okay, let me see. I wonder, can I move this over in real time? Ooh, I gotta try it out. Nope. Anyway, I'm playing with StreamYard, y'all. So, yeah, it's set to go at 11. Now, we all know that Candace Owens likes to go late, past her time. She likes to make sure she gets all them super chats and super stickers. So good. He's doing good over here. Let's go see what Candace's audience is saying. At least for once in England, I don't have to stay up until a crazy hour to watch. Oh, we got people in the house. I see Ryan. You're here. You're here.
Oh, look at that comment that someone made. That's awesome. I'm gonna take a picture of it so I don't forget it.
Which one?
That's awesome. The Church of the Kremlin episode was the best analysis I've ever seen anyone do. Mind blown.
Yeah.
That's not often that you hear something like that. That's awesome.
Right. Cool. Here, let me pin it too. We'll make sure we get that in the when we chop this up later.
That's awesome. Yeah, we should make a X post or something out of it.
Oh no, I'm gonna fill up your video section. I mean, it's a long one, so we're gonna take different parts of different. I'm gonna edit the crap out of this. It's going on my channel, your channel. It's gonna be out there.
Awesome. All about it.
Yeah, people are.
Someone says, "Hey Ryan," so I guess people can see that. I didn't know people could see me. Not that I care, but.
Yep. So we got your thumbnail. This is Ryan from Ryan's channel. And he'll tell everybody. You.
So are we broadcasting on my channel too, or what are we?
We are. Ryan, we are live right now. You're talking to your audience. We're live. We're broadcasting across your channel, everybody's channel. This is what it looks like on my channel. That's what it looks like on your channel. So we are live streaming across Rumble, both your X platform, your Facebook. I had trouble with the other stuff, so I had to let it fly. And then we're streaming on my YouTube and my X.
Cool.
Yep.
Okay.
Got you, man. All right, let's see. We got these comments going. So I was checking out the comments on both of their live streams. I have it pulled up. I don't care about Patrick Bet David. If you want to go check out his channel too, but I thought it would be interesting to go back and forth and see what the various comments are. So since you're here, you go ahead and take the floor for a second. I've already told them where to find you. We'll get your banners up and everything. If you want to support, Ryan has super chats and super stickers enabled on his channel. So get after it, y'all. Andrew had only had one super chat and super sticker when I logged on. And really? Yes, but now it's starting to fill up. Candace's, I want to sit there and add up how much hers has been.
Why do people give money to these rich people?
I know. Because they make them think that they understand and that they're, I don't know. It makes no sense. Why do people thank Candace Owens for holding on to information for months when she says that she doesn't do that? And they defend her staunchly. 10 jewels. Thank you for the jewels. Yeah, so.
Not thinking about me, but I keep thinking about back when I still do some of my intelligence work that I do with counterterrorism and some even non-terrorism related things. But back when, as my employment, I had an actual team under me, and I had, you could call them spies, sources. I had undercover stuff. I did undercover stuff, and I had all that. I mean, my employer wouldn't want me to do this, but man, if we wanted to do an operation against Candace, what we could have done, I mean, because she thinks she's crafty, but she's not. It wouldn't have been hard for me to infiltrate and find out some more about what's going on there. But that's just, the resources aren't there and the infrastructure isn't there. The private intelligence thing isn't. It's awesome when it gets going. It's just hard to build on a nonprofit civilian basis. But hopefully we can redo that again, because from an investigative standpoint, it's great for the public, for like journalism standpoint, and then impactful for law enforcement, and then it's also just fun for things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Oh, I'm getting antsy. I mean, listen, what are your expectations out of this? Many people have speculated that, nothing will be resolved. It's all for naught. She got paid $300,000. She could technically just, no matter how it comes out, that
I thought it was
300,000.
500.
No. So the $300,000 is in her pocket. So what happened was, Brian Atlas with whatever podcast originally, um, offered her $50,000. It went all the way up to $175,000. Finally, they were like, "We will offer you $300,000," and that was for an appearance fee. She countered with, I should have had that clip ready. She countered with $500,000. I think you should pay me $500,000. I mean, went even all in to say she deserves it, this, that, and the other. So Andrew Wilson said, no, if it's going to be a $1 million pot, you've got to pony up $500,000 as well. And that's when she said, okay, well, I'll take the $300,000. So, and then that's when she started all the propaganda talk on X with, and I think it's all just a huge distraction. Imagine if all this wasn't going on. Well, we wouldn't have nothing to do if this wasn't going on, I guess. But I mean, dang, it's crazy. We find stuff to do, better stuff. This is crazy. I don't know what's going to happen. So,
I'm interested to know. They'll never tell us if they have a conversation beforehand about like how hard do we go, like.
Right.
'Cause I'm thinking of like when Elizabeth Lane wanted me to debate her on her channel, and I briefly considered it, and I was like, well, like, what are you looking to do? Like, do you want us to throw, like, because I might have even done it in person. Like, do we throw chairs? Like, do we, like, if I don't have an employer, I can make mayhem out of it. And so if that temptation was there for me, I can only imagine for.
Why didn't they set it up to where, look, we're going to debate, you go by the contract, no ad. So here's the thing, too. The contract means nothing, because if Andrew Wilson said no ad hominems or you automatically lose, then that means but she should have to return the $300,000. Now, if it would have been $500K, then, but why even put all that in there? No ad hominems. What, you're going to walk away? She still keeps the money. So what was it all for?
No, insulting, and no, this is all the business model for both of them. I don't know why Andrew said that. It was silly, I thought it was just stupid. I don't know what he was going for. But especially because, all right, well, who's going to judge whether it's an ad hominem? All right, so the moderator does. But then there'll be issues with that. Like, it just opens up a circular conversation that makes no sense.
Let's talk about the ad hominem for a second, because it's very apparent it's an ad hominem when Candace Owens goes after Andrew Wilson's wife. And, she's nothing to do with this debate. They are defending their positions. So, yeah, joining in for, hey, Portugal, what's up? So
I keep meeting Americans going to Portugal.
Do you?
Apparently, if you're looking for a lower cost of living, Portugal is like one of the places you go.
So is West Virginia.
That's true. AI has been informing me about that too. West Virginia, Tennessee, Arizona. Right?
We have movement. Hold on, let me do this right here. I'm going to figure out the screen.
What do you mean we don't have two corpses on the ground?
Nope. Look at these comments. Can you see these comments, Ryan?
I can't, no. I mean, if I look real closely, but then I look weird in my camera.
Okay, so if you look at the big box above you, you're not on screen right now. It's just the full screen of Candace.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
So, yeah. And here we go. Now, she's going to do this starting soon for about 10 minutes. Let's see what Andrew's doing. Here he goes. Boom. Okay, so they're all playing her intro, which you kind of have to, because that's what I did with us. I played mine and yours, but she'll probably only play hers.
Yeah.
That peasant, he gets to stream on her platform. You peasant. We're all peasants.
I kid you not. This might result in a divorce for her, because I keep thinking about it. I'm like, this is the most ill-advised decision she's ever made. Oh, yeah. And I feel like if there's ever been a moment for George to be like, honey, you can't do this. It's going to be this. And she did it. And the aftermath, if it's like really emotional, it's not going to be good for her. I feel like it's going to be a line in the sand.
Yeah, and especially if imagine, supposedly he works behind the camera, but he doesn't work behind the camera. He only works on the financial aspects of stuff. But my whole thing is so he doesn't watch her podcast. That's what she said. Her priest doesn't watch her podcast. Nobody watches her podcast. And her priest is telling her to chill out when he doesn't even watch her podcast. And she's got to be based. And if he saw her podcast, can you imagine? So, George, do you think she threatened him and was like, you better be watching my podcast? I got mad at my husband when he wouldn't watch my stuff.
My own mother doesn't watch my stuff. I don't.
They tell you, don't ask your family members, man. Don't just do it.
The thing is, my stuff is dense enough that I don't take it personally. Like if you don't know enough, like if you don't like the content, that doesn't mean you don't like me. I don't care. But if I was like a general entertainer or something, that I could see myself being more offended by it because it's like, oh, you're rejecting me.
Oh, I am offended. I am offended. My husband, I am one. I will watch all his stuff. I was like, baby, no, I'm not offended. I'm just
you should because you get into the weeds enough that
he's the only one that keeps this going. So I don't care if he watches it or not. He makes it possible for me to do it. He sponsors me every month. You're freezing up just a little bit. There you went. It might be my side. All right. So we're starting soon, apparently. I'm trying to work on these layouts since we're in your yard and not mine. So you'll have to give me some grace on this.
Yeah, I think you're breaking up a little bit on your end. So
we could do like this. Ooh, we should do this. You want to do it like this? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Can you hear me now? We have to get the audio and mic. I think you have a lag on your end. I think you have a lag on your end.
Okay.
I think there's a lag in the yard. Yeah. I think that's why we were talking over each other. I'm so sorry about that. Do you like this layout?
You guys. I'm so not artistic that I don't even have an opinion. I mean, it looks fine, but I would also say that about everything. So it's not. So
I got you.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out how to change my. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Do I sound better here now?
You do. Just I want to make sure that we are in real time, that you can hear me in real time, and there's no lag.
Okay, this is my wireless mic now as opposed to my webcam mic. So
can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
You sound fine except for when you froze for me.
Okay, yeah, you never answer me, but that's what my husband does. He won't answer me. I think he thinks I just read his mind. So you can hear me and we're good.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you.
Thank God. You're good. Your sound is good.
Cool.
Your sound is good. Yeah, I played.
I love this comment. Are we still crying over one Jewish country? You realize how crazy that is? Like you're conceding the point. There's only one Jewish country.
Mm.
It's like there are multiple. If there are a whole bunch, you can make the point of like, oh, you're crying over only one. Like, no, there is literally only one Jewish majority country. So will we cry about that? Just like we would for any other, ethnic or racial or national group? Yes. Thanks for illustrating the point, people.
Can I piggyback on that too and just say that, y'all, when people speak of Israel in the biblical sense, Jesus came. It's not the land. We are the new Israel. We are the new Israel in our hearts. It's written on our hearts. Now, look, I could go down that with you and have that historical talk and break apart all the prophecies. I've read the Bible several
times chronologically, plus non-canonical books. We could have that conversation, but don't let people fool you. Like he just said, Jew is not a country. There is no country called Jew, right? They settle in other areas. It's their faith. So I'm glad you addressed that.
Well, yeah, it's both a faith and a people group, which is where people get confused. I understand that because I struggled with that for a very long time because I didn't understand it because I got into the issue a lot later. I didn't grow up in a faithful household, so it was a lot of new concepts for me.
Well, I didn't either. My father, I didn't know until the end of his life that he was like, well, I tried to live my life the best I could to the 10 Commandments, which told me he honored the one true God, apparently. But he never, I didn't even know who Jesus was. My aunt, they would talk about Jesus. I saw the nativity scenes, but I had no idea. My father taught me about the Japanese culture and he taught me about Buddhism. He didn't practice it, but he kind of taught me, and he always taught me that people who believed in Jesus were Jesus freaks. So I'm
Right.
with you. I learned everything. Like, yeah, I had to have a passion for it.
Yeah, I never had a passion for it, actually. That's why my faith is strong, because I was so opposed to it. So then when I adopted it, I never have to look back and be like, oh, I wanted that, because I did not want it.
Well, let me rephrase that. So I was like you, and I used to read the Bible just to prove that there's no way it could be real and that people were crazy. So when I came to Christ November 1st, 2009, I absolutely got a passion for it, Holy Ghost filled, and I just started reading the Bible. It was awesome. It still is. But yeah, I agree. It's like the Apostle Paul, we are the ones that are the most passionate about the Lord, I think, or learning about him anyway.
Yeah, or is at least a different, it does seem like my faith is, there'll be people that don't get it and will sometimes be condescending when I say, look, I have a lot of atheist or agnostic days. For my personality, that I want that. That's very good for me. That's why my faith is strong. It's because I criticize myself and my own views enough that I get to that point, and then I know through repetition, whatever questions I have, I'm going to find the answer, and it's going to persuade me, and I'm going to come back to it. Like, I've done it thousands of times. But I like it because then I can relate to both sides. I don't I really get both sides. I don't do the whole, oh, you're an atheist, so therefore you're a bad person.
No, you're good. You're good. So Mackenzie just said you can't stop and rewind Andrew's channel. Can you on Candace's channel? I think sometimes in live streams like that, I don't know why you wouldn't be able to rewind it on YouTube. That's crazy. What is that?
Huh.
Because,
why would he take that setting off?
I don't know. Maybe
why
it's
are they 15 minutes late? Is this normal for Candace?
It's very normal. That's why I warned you. I was like, it doesn't matter if you come in on time or not, because she never starts on time. Usually about 20 minutes into it, she'll start. She never honors people's time. But
such a jerk.
She keeps it going. She keeps it going like that. So the super chats and super stickers. But my main thing is, she gonna go past 3.5 hours. There's no reason for her to go past 3.5 hours. None. No incentive.
Well, was that the agreement, or was it just kind of like my understanding is there was no time limit, and that's, I think, Andrew's gonna.
Can I give you the facts? Well, let's just go with the facts. No speculation here. This is the original agreement. Okay, $300,000. They go a minimum of 3.5 hours. A minimum. Andrew said, you can't be stopping after 3.5. We have to bring this to a conclusion. So Candace agreed to go longer, but there's nothing holding her to that agreement. Nothing.
Because he knows I know exactly what he's doing. He's doing the whatever podcast model. You know what he's doing. He wants the walk-off just so that he can say you're rage quitting, because the algorithm on SEO is super well. He's doing exactly what he should do from a business standpoint, and then also strategic. That's all he's doing. He's just saying, how do I replicate whatever podcast? I'm telling you, he's going to try to make this go as long as possible. He's going to be smoking his cigarette. He's going to do whatever he can to give himself the ability to go 50 hours if he can, because he wants her to be as tired, hungry, as irritable, as annoyed as possible, so he can get all those moments with the fire, in the description when you have the fire, the fire moments, and get that out there. Like, he has every reason in the world to try to make this go south as explosive as possible, as long as possible.
Let me jump in here. So, and from Candace Owens is in, even if she ends early, she can handle it away to where she's not, walking. She will spin the narrative to her viewers, right? Because they've already told her they don't want her to debate. So they don't care if she walks off. So it will change nothing. It will change nothing in their eyes.
He's going to know how to. All he has to do is taunt her. She can't resist it. Because there's enough seconds there when you say, okay, I'm done. It's 3.5 hours or whatever, for him to bait her and get the whole rage quit clip out of it, which is what this is designed for. She should never have agreed to a no time limit. Especially
being pregnant. Why did she agree to this being pregnant?
There's so many things. I mean, both of them did some things I think were bizarre and I don't get. But I mean, but heavily on her side, to where it's just, she does not consult with people. She does not have anyone who's analytical around her. She doesn't have anyone that challenges her views. I can tell because you don't make these type of mistakes if you have a single person around that genuinely got your back and willing to say things like that to you. It'll be easy work for Andrew Wilson. Someone says, you know what? I guess it depends on, like, argumentatively. Yeah.
Well, you just said it would, Ryan. You're
yeah,
right.
yeah. No, I'm trying to think. You know what it is? It's because Candace is so unpredictable because every time she goes, as I say, she can't get any worse, she gets worse. So I'm like, there's going to be a new worse. I don't know what that is. And so that's why there's hesitation when I say, like, oh, is this going to be easy for him? Well, I don't know what the new worst Candace is.
Well, I think they were referring to the part where you said he knows how to play her like a violin, and because he's so seasoned at, I'm the same way.
No, anybody could do it. Anybody could do it with her.
Okay. So anyway, let's go down and see what's going on here. Chris said $300,000 is exactly why she agreed. Yes, I agree with you on that. So we're going to see what happens, but I do agree. Like a lot of times when people are based, if you just keep being kind to them, this is how I said in a space that he should do. This should be his strategy. You go in there, you be a perfect gentleman. Even if she throws the ad hominems, thank her for it. Thank her for it. Keep it going, because then she'll say, I know what you're doing. You're pulling a psyop on me. I know you're not really this kind. I've seen your footage, but it's not about that. Then he will have to redirect her to, this is not what we're doing. You are supposed to be defending your position, which is actually Patrick Bet-David's job as moderator to do that. So there's a lot of things to pick apart here. I mean, from her attitude, I want to see how the intro is going to go. How do you think the intro is going to go? Who's going to introduce who? Is Patrick Bet-David going to come on as moderator and be the intro person? Like, I want to know every part of this. Like, what's going to happen? So, I don't know. There's lots of people asking lots of good questions.
All I know is that George Farmer and Rachel are going to leave the place together. It's going to go so bad that both of them are going to end up, both Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens will end up divorced, and George Farmer and Rachel will say, you know what? Let's get away from these chumps.
Look, we can rewind and fast forward Candace's. Let me go on to Andrew.
Well, it didn't start yet, did it?
It doesn't matter. You can still rewind it, but you cannot
on
Andrew's.
People want to watch it live with us, I think, right?
No, what I'm saying, hold on, Ryan. Give me a second. So what I'm saying is, a lady said, Mackenzie said that you can't rewind the thing. You can't see what I'm talking about, but if you see on the big screen, so on Candace's channel right here, this is Candace's channel. I'll do full screen so you can see and get rid of the chat. Hold on, I gotta get rid of the chat. But anyway, so right here, where is the damn, what the hell is going on here? Hold on, it doesn't matter. I'm getting aggravated. Oh my God, something just happened with my computer. Hold on. So look, you can rewind on her. You can go all the way back to the beginning. You see that? You go all the way back to the beginning. Now, go to Andrew's channel. You cannot do that. You cannot do that on his channel. It won't let you. It won't let you. And I don't know why that is. It doesn't matter, but it's just strange, I think. So let's go ahead and put everybody full screen. We can go back and forth on their chats if you want, but she's raking it in. I saw somebody that sent 99 cents. Fuck. Can you hear me?
99 cents. Yeah, you said 99 cents?
They sent her 99 cents. I kid you not. Wow. Doesn't it cost more to send 99 cents than anything? Oh, support via donor chat. That's the Crucible. So, y'all, that's his. Let me see what. And I'm going to get rid of his comment section. Share her. I'm going to get rid of his comment section. My computer is dragging today. I don't know why.
Is the Rumble title that I see here, Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson, Tyler Robinson, guilty or patsy, is that the official, like, premise they're debating? Guilty or patsy?
Oh, yeah, you weren't in here when I told the audience. Okay, y'all, so here are the rules. It's very simple. And those of you that watch Candace Owens, you know she was mocking the fact that people are using the terminology overwhelming evidence. Well, that's the only word I've ever heard used in the legal world, justice world, when saying there's a lot of evidence against someone. They generally say there's overwhelming evidence. So his position is there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is and was the shooter. Her position is there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy and was not the shooter. That's the positions they have to defend. I don't even know how this is going to go.
Dumb.
She's
I mean,
screwed. She's screwed.
I could
She's
do
screwed.
a better job of being Candace Owens than Candace Owens could. like honestly, the mistake she's making. Oh my goodness.
Can you believe it's the pregnancy? I'm telling you, those hormones kick in and her brain just turns to gelatinous goo and she can't think straight.
But am I? You have watched more of her material than I have. She doesn't seem that much worse than her normal self, or is this really exceptional?
I will only tell you what Judge Joe Brown told me, and he knows her apparently personally. Do you know who Judge Joe Brown is?
From TV?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so he told us in a space one night, he said, Candace is very warm and welcoming. We're live, y'all.
I don't hear anything. What's happening?
It's on.
Boy, is that awkward. Look at that body language. But I don't hear anything.
Look, Candace's hasn't started yet.
So what do we do to get... Oh, you have to unmute that screen.
What are you talking about? It's going, man.
Oh, I don't hear anything, so...
Oh, my God, I do. Oh, my God. How do I hear it, though?
I just noticed that the second box that has your name on it...
No, listen. Please listen to me. Please listen to me. I can't pause it. I can hear it on my end, but it's not coming through the live stream. I wonder if they have something set up to where we can't do that.
You can't unmute it? Really? Okay.
I can listen. Do you hear what I'm saying? I can hear it. I can hear the debate right now, but this volume is not coming through StreamYard for some reason.
I feel like there should be a way to fix that. Not that I'm saying you should know. I just feel like someone will know something somewhere. Maybe I can. I wonder if I can try something. Let's see here.
Please do. PBD podcast. I'm going to the PBD. I got to pause this. I can't pause it. Anything. There, I paused it. Why? That is so weird. That was so weird. So so why isn't Candace live, though? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is she still not live?
Is the sound coming through now, guys?
Nope.
I'm sharing my screen.
Checking. So at any point,
yes, thank you. Make it full screen.
The other can say, "Can we
make it full
check
screen?"
I can jump in and say, "Fact check this." Even the folks in the back can say, "Fact check this." So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles.
Get
Your
rid of
name
the
was
chat.
mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered.
There's an echo.
But it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Okay,
sure.
We're good.
And what I mean by overwhelming
out.
is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, The demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No,
Did
he
you
didn't
hear
come to me in a
that?
dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, "Yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site." Charlie responded with this, "Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me." That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man.
Yep.
But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is, one, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and two, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this, what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that, and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk.
Ryan,
Yes,
I've already
I did
zoned out
share
while
that
she's
I had a dream
talking.
that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one
JFK.
that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers. They're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here.
It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
But just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck. And even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all?
With maybe a smaller
caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I've seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that, it will be presented, obviously, if this goes to trial. But yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is, since
he already
I think
did.
that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm.
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique.
Yeah, we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But definitely upon impact, and we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary, and my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losi Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary
hearing?
hearing?
Covered it live. Yeah.
Okay. So forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay. So that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene. That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
well,
I want you to respond to 2 points.
debris.
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot. It just didn't blow all the debris out. And it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's, dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long. Testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no. Hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
it.
On. I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain it.
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a
Thank
DNA
you.
laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
but what would
actually don't
that-
have an
what
explanation
would
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun
Mhm.
may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson,
Mhm.
Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the three names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified
has
until the
no
answer comes out of my
answer.
mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony
Mhm.
where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3,
Mhm.
were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy.
Mhm.
Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
Oh, you don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the
I'll wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various
But it also
places.
could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
This is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the
the state has presented evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This is
Hey,
crazy
we
that
can
you don't
call
know
for
this.
a fact check if
Yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single
The team
day.
in the back is
Utah
actually
rule
saying
1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So this
She's
says
nervous.
the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same
no,
way
no,
that
I
you
didn't
got to
get to
Tyler
just
Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important. So we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
that's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the degraded
argument
prince,
now.
which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
I'm saying thank you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I am looking at a piece of evidence and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
So this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I am saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew. Can I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference? That I understand.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim.
No,
today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a Patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
A standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the four?
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say
evidence.
it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person?
The idea that on a college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not I know
sure, these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But even if it is,
you can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hall.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic, when we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the
They can't find it.
5. Did you delete it or no?
No, I
Did you
don't
delete
think
Stop
it? Okay,
it.
cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspelled.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She has
If you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can
Fantastic.
see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
but
the-
just say
well,
you were
I'm
wrong.
not. I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over.
Roll
Well, I
back the
didn't.
tape.
You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back to
that I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah. So my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them
literally
conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
If
I
you
don't-
may
I feel-
have
I
it.
think
if
And
you
that's
by the
have it,
not
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
going to see me
some
in the staircase.
maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang on.
right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mhm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
Sorry.
of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%,
I agree.
but in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity,
Mhm.
he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If
Mhm.
his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing,
Mhm.
that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial.
Mhm.
And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity,
I understand.
which means like
That happens, by the way, all the time in these
and I'm
cases.
wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out
that either.
because they interviewed him
Yeah.
on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview,
Yeah.
which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said, I didn't remember this. And I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said, I don't remember that. From
Well,
the
I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep. The 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying? It's not hearsay.
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
No, so the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him.
Mm-hmm.
So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes,
Okay.
that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that
And
at
what
all.
are the things?
How many times did you, if you watch the video here, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature, there's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear of us out the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay. His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah. And I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right. But the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right. What did you find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
that's not what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean
This
from
is
that
called
day, from that
deflection.
particular
She's
day of the
deflecting.
hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's
what
what I
do you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's
So
end it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank
Mute it
you.
out, Ryan. Mute
All right, you
the
guys,
thing.
nearly 2,000 years, Christians have
Please
lived
mute it out,
continuously
mute
in
it
a
out.
small village
Blends
just outside of
comfort
Jerusalem called
function and luxury. We had the choice to make it.
All right. Can you hear me?
Who?
That was a lot. I'm going to let you take the stage, and later on, we'll just tag team this thing. I'm going to let the viewers know. Just keep an eye on when they come back on, and then just pop them back on the screen. Now would be a good chance for me to test if mine will have sound. I have YouTube Premium, so there's no reason that is not working. I pay for all those subscriptions, not prescriptions. So let's get through a couple of comments. Wait. Where did I leave off at? Oh, yeah, here we go. So somebody said they just left Crowder. Yeah. Chelsea says, I just left Crowder stream when I saw this. Ryan put a lot of great comments up here. The last one, I am stunned at how non-stunned she is, at how stunningly bad of a job she is doing. She's much more volatile, overconfident. She's not confident at all. You could tell her voice is shaking, the way, and she's a master at deflection. She is confident in the deflection part. I will agree on that. And unself-aware, totally agree, than I ever realized. Someone needs to send in SEAL Team 6 to rescue George Parker. No, Ryan, no, don't hold back, man.
I mean, this is it's just, what's so fascinating to me about this is the lack of preparation and scrutiny that she did in preparation for this. And she had time to do it. Like, she's performing no better than she does on her podcast. Like, I would love to know from an analytical perspective what her process was for this. So, how nervous she's a little nervous now, but also part of that's rage too. And it can be easy it's hard to tell the difference sometimes. I think it's more rage because you're not seeing the little caveats that people, when they get they have self-doubt, that they throw in there to give themselves like a safety net. They get trapped. The certainty is still unshaken. And as she speaks, she doesn't seem to be aware of the things that she's saying and the gaps. And you're not seeing those like, oh, wait a minute, I meant this, or the stuttering. She's just so fascinating in terms of studying. I mean, she's a psycho right now. I know she always is. I mean, this is real. This is really. I'm able to separate. I try to separate how I feel about a person from their behavior and the political stuff. But like, there is actually a part of me right now that is quite concerned for her and her family.
Well, let me ask you this, right? So I'm disappointed in Patrick, but David also. Someone let that in the comments, because when they say, okay, we're going to stop and fact check that, they need to stop, pull up the fact check. Don't keep moving on. You pull up that fact check right then and there, because we all heard her say what she said. I can't even remember. I should have written it down, but we all heard her say what she said. Then she tried to deny it, but don't worry, Milk Bar TV is going to be all over that. I bet he's going to have side-by-sides for days.
Was it that crucial what she said? Because if I'm right, I forget exactly what it was. Okay, because some of it seemed a little bit like splitting hairs at points.
It doesn't matter. It's still, if you're going to say, you should leave no ground. You either need to say he needs to say, this isn't important, it doesn't really play into it. But they said they would go as long as they wanted to. So any chance they get to fact check and pull her up when she says she didn't say something, they need to absolutely do it. And they said they were going to do it like 3 or 4 times. I don't know if y'all heard that, but I certainly did. I want to see if my side will work real quick on the
yeah, and did you notice how Andrew Wilson got significantly more relaxed when he saw her behavior?
Yes.
You could see it going through his head. Like you could actually see there's a moment where he's squinting because he's thinking, and then you can see it all relax because he's literally like, I can't believe that this is going this way.
She's handing it to him, and I love the fact that and she's trying to readjust and relax, but she just cannot seem to do it. And that's the thing. Now, I thought she was going to fool me at the beginning because she was being gracious, but when he pulled the dream stuff, and those are statements she actually said, and now she's trying to say that she was being hyperbolic.
I don't remember her being gracious. Like maybe it was the first few seconds I forgot. But I mean, after his opening statement, I mean, her immediate response, her eyes were like, I'm tempted to say that there's a certain influence involved there, but it looked like her eyes were popping out of her skull.
At face value.
Just like,
go ahead.
She's like the alien in the alien movie, when the alien like screams and then another head pops out of the mouth. That's like kind of what I was expecting from her. Just like, oh, the rage is so much that her own skull cannot handle it. There must be another skull to double the rage in there. Yeah.
Yeah. When I said gracious, I think I meant as gracious as Candace Owens knows how to be. So on face value, someone to come in that doesn't really know that we know her. Oh, look, we got 666 people all over the.
Oh, how fitting.
It's
how
evil.
Fitting.
It's evil. Exactly. So I'm going to make sure, I'm going to see if mine will play. So keep yours muted out for a second, because it's important that I'm able to have control. So you could just say, hey, stop that, pause that, whatever.
Should I mute my mic?
No, when it comes back on,
No.
like I like the fact that we're muted and we're tearing up the comments because that triggers the algorithm. So that's
Okay.
good. And people, we're not stopping it. They can, but there's going to be a lot to unpack. I've been writing stuff down. So real quick, I want to address the shoes thing. So that is important, and I'm glad that she keeps trying to debunk that. So a quick story in Disney World: when a child goes missing, they automatically lock the whole thing down. Well, one time there was a child that had been kidnapped. They locked the whole place down. And fortunately, the mother remembered what shoes she put on her child that morning, because by the time they found the child, the people had already cut the child's hair, changed the child's clothes. The only thing they didn't do was change the child's shoes. So I'm glad that he brought that up, because that does matter. That does matter. When you have all these photos with the same shoes, it's probably the same person. So just putting that
And
out
also,
there.
you see the deception where she's like, oh, like they all have the same, I forget what brand she said. No, it's more narrow than that. It's not just what brand type when you analyze a
Styled.
shoe.
Yes.
There's stuff like there's other things. I actually don't think she knew it.
She
actually
didn't.
think I first thought I was like, oh, she's being deceitful and how she's framing how it's done. And I thought about, I'm like, just based off the body language, I think she actually thinks that's all there is to identifying a shoe pattern. Like, it was Converse's. Yeah, she was like, oh yeah, Converse's. Oh, oh, that's all you have. Like no, there's more identifiers than that. Candace, but she's so rich that she just has other people shop for her, so she probably doesn't even think about that.
I gotta do a shout out. Thank you, hubby, for my first super chat. I love. My husband gave me a super chat. He wanted to make sure it's working. So Ryan's super chats are going, y'all. If you want to give to the Ryan Mauro Institute, I wasn't going to enable mine, but I did just to test it out. So Converse was the shoe, Ryan. Thank you, Makeup Mish, for letting us know that shoe.
Thank you.
And yeah, so that stuff is important. Yeah, she could not look Andrew in the eyes. And you're right, her posture. And did you notice how she keeps trying to pivot, deflect, and then everything that she's doing, she accuses him of doing.
Now, that also could be sometimes when people consciously deflect, there's other signs of anxiety and insecurity that are present that I'm not seeing with her, which is why part of this makes me think, I guess it's okay for me to say this. I mean, we know she's done Adderall, and I'm seeing some of those signs here, and that behavior where she's boom, 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 boom. That's when you take too much Adderall, because people will take it to focus, but if you take too much, it makes it much worse. And then what do you do to cope with that? You take more because you think, oh, the problem is I didn't take enough. Like that's the cycle. So I mean, I think it's fair looking at her behavior. I try not to speculate like that. But as someone who has taken Adderall, I've never abused it. I'm not a heavy user of it or anything like that. I do see certain things here because I'm very self-conscious about when I take medicine about, oh, what does it look like if you take too much, especially something like that. So I know a little bit about it.
I know a lot about it. Let me just say, can I just say,
Okay.
I do know a lot about it. My husband is a strong witness.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic.
Oh, we're back.
we're back.
I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching.
Can you hear
the
it?
Crucible.
Can you hear
There's
it?
30,000
No.
concurrent.
Okay,
They're
that's
watching.
me. I'm controlling.
Support,
We're good.
Andrew
Perfect.
Wilson.
Thank God.
That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and help him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast,
Wow.
do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back.
Is there an
to the
echo
text
from me or
conversation
no?
We're having, right?
Okay.
There is no echo, and I
Okay,
just want to
okay.
address this before they start real quick. So they're taking a poll on PBD. They said that Andrew is winning by 99%. All right, let me unmute and let's get after this. We already knew that though. Oh shoot, I paused it. Okay, here we go.
Examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before.
I'm sorry, real quick. Did she say the defense is not their job to defend? I swear she said that.
Before we got to the
Before
preliminary
preliminary
hearing, I
hearing,
had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
Also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being
yeah.
is just that, first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how
fascist.
that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now, they tried to suppress it, that's true, but there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some parts
like
compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this.
No, they generally use overwhelming in the justice system. Dang, girl.
Medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, just just a general intuition that some of them might be text messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages, and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages.
She is so stupid.
I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone, and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here.
That's already been established.
Computer.
So I remain
She's so dumb.
unconvinced by these text messages.
Logged into her
feel
iCloud.
convinced by them. I feel unconvinced by them.
No,
Okay.
but still,
So
it would
then
reflect
the idea
immediately
here
which
is
device.
The reason
Oh,
that
right,
you don't
right.
think that these
Yeah.
are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide.
Ryan, I want you to write down how many assassins have written letters, all of that stuff. We'll address that
I
later.
know.
Confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage, and I'm here, and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids, and you
do.
love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after
Watch
the shooting
her show.
happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source,
Yeah.
an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the
What you're
prosecution
doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's
You're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang
you
on,
must
hang
have
on. You're
hated
giving
watch.
us.
You must have hated
hang
watching
on.
the
You're giving
preliminary
us.
hearing.
You're giving us a cool,
Okay,
cool
but
story.
wait,
You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said
I
it says the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him,
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean, that's
confronted
part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
my
No, this
God.
was one of the things that I went through in fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I do. We can pull them up.
No,
and yes, are you disputing
She
this?
doesn't want
Do
to
you have
pull
that
them
on the
up.
back to pull it up? 'Cause
I can
do know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City, I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
it
Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not
the
correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually
said he
happened in terms of
confronted
Sheriff
him.
Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference, and he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How
leader.
does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. It never
Well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid
No,
was.
he didn't
you said
say
involved.
that.
I don't want to misquote you.
confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
Confronted.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
Let
of
And
that.
I'm
him
saying it's the
fact
charging
check.
doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging doc, and the
Thank
other one
God.
is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay.
run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back,
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If
A
you're
thing
okay with
not,
that.
a thing not in dispute. These are all things
Right.
that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't
And
have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you
Mm-hmm.
that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't
Andrew
even get
needs
to see
a
your client's
cigarette.
phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages
Looks like
are
he's holding
real.
out.
You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on
think
the
that,
messages.
would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just
let's
could
get
be
to
somebody
the parents,
else.
the parents fact check. That
Yeah,
was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct.
I'm about to pull myself off stage and
What are we looking at?
Consume
Here?
some
Robinson's mother
tobacco.
explained
You
that
can if you
over
want.
the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
dock?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they
Got
decided
it.
to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But they're
forever.
playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'Cause
playing to
I don't-
someone
I-
else
I don't
who's your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media
yes.
this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media. and speak.
This mother,
especially when your son
if
is
I
up
thought
for,
that my
is-
kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
Based
saying,
on the statements of
it's
parents.
him saying, the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
No,
no. They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm
evidence.
asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say.
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think
It's
that
not a
they
disagreement.
I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on the law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
Yeah,
these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what
put
I'm
out-
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
That's
a
the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second.
But
I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards, you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't really understand this lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use. This is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's illegal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem.
Ryan, I think your prediction is starting to unfold already. We'll tell you what that is. Stay tuned. Stay all the way through. Let's go.
State is engaged in at this stage. So it doesn't just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
So
the
if people
thing
look
is,
and they say,
the thing
I'm
is
looking at
funny-
the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false. and
That
I'll
is not
explain- I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were
Right?
convinced.
Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that.
Okay.
So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all of the
Where
discovery
it's just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay, so that's
and I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying.
That's
on
why
my
you have
show
fact
is, as we were
checkers.
watching that
Skylar, get on
preliminary of
it.
the
You're a bad
preliminary,
producer.
why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you. It's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's a show
preliminary to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right, great.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So the
PBD just
I
wants
guess
a break.
The
I'd like to
disagreement
also-
Like, I just
I-
need
I-
a video, any video.
Do what now?
I was saying PBD just wants a break. He's just like, I just need a video, any video.
Well,
He
no,
hates this.
I think what you said about them, this is soft right here because all they have to do is pull where the defense said that all the conspiracy theories that were out there, they were aware because she kept saying, I want to talk to the defense. And they're saying this is not helping the case. So why hasn't he dropped the bomb of why hasn't the defense team gotten in touch with you? But we'll see if he gets to that.
you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was
What?
bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic,
made
that
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through because we discussed the gun, we've discussed your
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about.
Candace,
Not just
slow
the
and
case of
stop
Charlie
it.
Kirk, it's assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated.
Ryan, she's already alluding to doing what you said she was going to do. Y'all stay tuned. Let's see if she makes it. Ryan made a prediction. He made a prediction. I think he even tweeted it. I would tweet your prediction right now, what you told me last night, because I think it's going to happen.
By the testimony that we saw. And in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded...
His strategy, we shared
Prince was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, you're conceding. Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
And those are the things that
I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and get into it. I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like,
Ryan,
I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me
you
is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry, question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. Even true? And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack. That's something that really bothers me. That they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned. We know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence, irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet. That should be in evidence.
What the hell is she even talking about?
This is like the craziest thing ever. This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is.
Okay, I have to stop this right here because this is very important. You guys, please go check out Mr. Xclusive. He is at DocMaga1. He did extensive articles. He went out there, did a full investigation, spoke to the university, spoke to excavation or paver, whatever she's talking about right now. He covered all that. I'll share that with y'all because it answers everything that she's bringing up right now. And Lord God, I hope they bring a fact check in.
Is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture. Okay, here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
I
don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here. That from
without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now. Yeah.
Checked.
You want to get into it?
Can we get
Would you
more
guys like to
fact
take an
checks,
ad break
please?
Go take an
before we
ad
come
break.
back?
Take an ad break, sure.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk
All right,
and
let me mute
TPUSA.
this crap
And
out.
and the conspiracy.
Ryan, I'm going to let you go. I have some things to tend to. Take it away, and I'll be right back. This is crazy.
Okay. All right, guys. So I'm looking in the chat. Not all of your comments show up here on StreamYard for me, so I'm bouncing between a few. Does anyone have any comments that may be insightful beyond just she's doing a terrible job, or she's leaving a fact out, or she's gotten a fact wrong? Like, is there anything that you're picking up about either Andrew Wilson's strategy that may be unique that you think is worth saying, or something you're picking up about Candace's patterns and in how she speaks, or her personality that might be worth diving into? That's beyond the usual insults that we see every single day in response to her tweets. Anyone have any thoughts? I put a few. There are mostly repetitions of things I've said about that. I mean, the lack of self-awareness is actually dangerous. Not saying she's physically dangerous to people, but it's dangerous in terms of this is her performing at her best right now, guys. Unless she just totally doesn't understand this is a big moment. But I don't think it's possible for her to be that deluded. She definitely didn't prepare. But if this is her performing at her best, then aside from the issue of the credibility of her content and everything, I have to be genuinely concerned about those kids. I mean, it really is that's attached. It really is. Yeah, Candace is the GOAT. If you're describing her brain, I agree with you. And here's the thing. When I say people are dumb, I'll say I'm dumb sometimes. I said this last night. Brains can be exercised. People's IQ actually goes up and down depending on how you treat them and how you exercise them, what you put in your body. So when I say Candace is being a dumbass, like, understand, I'm not even saying she's inherently a dumbass. I think she has the capability to be very smart. There's the speed with which she responds sometimes. That is a very capable brain. But what you're seeing is a brain that is not being used and has been degraded. Or, I mean, look at clips of her from the past when she was younger. And what you're seeing is the equivalent of a muscle that has not been exercised. And along with whatever psychosis, whatever other issues are going on there. Do I think she hired any kind of expert to help her prepare? No. She might have met with that Baron Coleman guy, but to whatever degree they prepared, it would be going over information, which before you go into even like a Fox News media segment, I've learned this the hard way. The temptation is to cram your brain with information. That's not what you should do. What you should do is, if you haven't figured out your talking points, figure out that and focus on how to be as succinct as possible, how to deliver the information that you know you can retain. You don't want to be struggling to remember anything. Sometimes there's certain words that you use that are natural to you. You use those. You don't try to pack in facts that just won't naturally come to you for whatever reason. You're not as familiar with them, or it's just not a topic that you're as familiar with, or it's just not your style of speaking. You run a big risk, especially in an environment like this, if you try to include all of those. You're not writing an article, you're speaking. So I don't believe that she prepared at all, aside from maybe some of the speculation was that she was, talking to Baron Coleman or whatever. But I think that was probably just the equivalent of a Google search of their own material. And that's not how you handle these things. I mean, no, she didn't talk to anyone with any experience. Much less someone with my level of experience, and I pale in comparison to many other people. But I'm not an amateur either. But I'm convinced that she actually has not talked to a single person. Like, I don't believe a single person in any constructive way. Maybe she said to George, look how genius I am. Here's my plan. He said, yeah, honey, I'm too busy looking at guys on the internet or something. And I don't know, but I don't think that there was a constructive conversation with any pushback. And you can see when people, even if they're arrogant and stubborn, you can see when they have someone in their life that pushes back a little bit. You'll see some certain things surface and how they talk that, those aren't their words. They're referring to words of someone else. You never see it with Candace. It's very dangerous. She's so rich. And this might be the thing I dislike the most about her, is that you have all the money in the world and you care so little about the truth, even if you've deluded yourself into thinking that you do, and you so disrespect your audience, you don't even hire a single person to fact check you and to challenge you.
Can I just say how I was hungry? I had to go get some grapes.
Sure.
How highly disappointed I am in the fact that I believe that anytime they say we need a fact check, the debate stops. Get on it. You better do. You got 3 people working for you. Now, Andrew's team is on it, but I don't know about her team, right? There's nothing to, they know their information is false. They know it is. That's why. So Patrick Bet-David needs to get after it and say, hey, look, you have to stop this now. We're going to fact check this right now. Then we can move on, because they keep bringing stuff up. You said, no, I said, no, I didn't say that. And when she said what she said earlier, I think I brought this up already. She actually said it. So I bet Andrew's team's got everything ready. Boom, boom, boom. Patrick Bet-David, do your job as a moderator. You're doing a poor job. Sorry.
Well, part of it might also be the broadcasting experience that it has, because the one thing you never ever want to have, and it gets drilled into your brain, is you never have dead air. Well, if you're going to spend time fact checking, you say stop, there's going to be dead air, so that would go against his impulse.
Yeah, but he could embody both styles, and I've seen him stop his show, and they kind of go back and forth, but someone on the team is constantly, hey, we've got it, play it. So they're in his ear saying we got it. He's just not. He's letting them go on.
Yeah, they should have structured it better, I think. I mean, honestly, if this was genuinely a debate and not theater, come on, they're both performers.
I'm geeking out.
Debate, it would be structured. This would be done very differently.
Can I just tell y'all before this comes back on from a production level, and I haven't been doing this very long, I consider myself an intern. I'm geeked out about their formatting, the way they've done that. I run a very tight ship. I'm thinking old school, ready, we got 3, 2, this department better be doing what they're doing, you're doing what you're doing. You don't have to worry about anything, Ryan. All you got to worry about is talking about your points. And I'm in your ear going, Ryan, pep up the pace, or Ryan, let's take it back a notch. That's how it should be. We have the fact check. So Candace, we know Mark is not there anymore. So Skylar, we need that fact check, please. Because if it was that important of a fact check, they would make them, then they say, oh, it's not important, let's move on. No, it's important to the audience. That's my rant. Regina rants. That's all I had on that one. I'm sorry, Ryan.
Not true. She's not an activist. I mean, she doesn't care about changing the world. This is theater.
That's what we should call this. Regina and Ryan and Regina rant.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
look,
I mean, she doesn't.
Already 2 hours. Go ahead.
Yeah, she hasn't even put a thought into. It's all about performance and her performance. She's not putting any thought into improving the world, enriching her audience. It's all about, there's a big difference between saying I have an opinion I want to broadcast and I have fun doing what I think is research and giving it to an audience, getting feedback and stirring something up. That's very, very different than systematically saying, where are the knowledge gaps? How do I fit them? How do I best improve the world? And you don't see any of that. That's also probably why you never see Candace at a charity event.
And more importantly, too, let's look at her debate style. So I noticed several points in the debate. Let us know if you noticed it, too, that, she'll repeat back what Andrew said to her. She'll repeat it back to him and take a position of, well, either I didn't say such and such. No, I didn't mean such and such. And she flat out, you saw her faces when she flat out said, you don't need evidence. What? You don't need evidence. I could not believe that. I could not believe. Hey, clip that, AI. AI, clip that. And it should automatically clip it when I go to AI generate in StreamYard. Clip that.
Wait, does that, are you serious? It can do that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought you were just joking around. That's amazing. Okay.
See why you brought me on board? The stuff, the plethora of knowledge I have, I'm willing to share.
Remember when you know what? Makeup Mish, right? Remember when she spoke at Catholics for Catholics, how bad her speech was? I know I didn't get through it, and I forgot about it. But I remember it was someone. I think Milk Bar did a count of how many times she said "I" or "me," and then how many times she said "God" or "Jesus" or "church."
Like 3 times. And when she said it, she was actually saying it in a selfish sense too.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Like,
makeup
let's-
mission. So Andrew's gonna press her. I know exactly what he's doing. He's
Tell it.
identified which things set her off, and he wants to get the rage quit later because it makes sense from a business standpoint. For all the reasons, that's the objective. He's waiting for you deploy. That's the atom bomb you drop at the end. That's when you start going for the haymakers and you put on the show. Right now, what he's trying to do is get through as many points as possible where she doesn't answer. So you have a clip for every little dispute, and maybe he'll return to something and dive in more later if there's time. But his objective right now is to get a clip that can be paired with every point of dispute, and then maybe dive in more if he actually cares about debunking something. But notice he's not diving into debunking. He's checking the boxes. He might go into debunking, but the stuff that you guys all want to see, he's holding on to. He's waiting for her to be tired and to do it later because he knows the risk is you start hitting these sore points with her. She might flip out, and then you get a rage quit, and then it's all over. And then what you didn't get to, you don't get to.
So let's rewind that a little bit. So remember, in 3.5 hours, they have to cover 5 points. Sorry about the dog. Anyway, so she has to cover those 5 points. If they're able to cover the 5 points and they got to all 5 points, she at any point could say, okay, we've gotten to all 5 points. I believe you were absolutely correct in what you're saying, that he is pacing her and allowing her to go. And you're right, he's saving the fact check clips. He's not pressing that point because he's being very strategic. But I think you're absolutely right. His goal is to get her to want to call it quits and claim that they covered all points, and it will be Patrick Bet David's job to say, no, we haven't, we must continue on. And I pray they put a caveat clause in there. My dog's going off because he knows this is bullcrap. A caveat clause in there that if she does not meet all of those, the no ad hominems and all of that, she has to return the $300,000. So I would like to see this contract. I would really like to see this
That's
contract.
not in there.
You know it's not.
No.
So they're back. They're back.
All right.
Hold on, let me pull this and let me pull this one. Let's see if we got sound on. This is Andrew's channel. I want to see if we have sound on his channel. Wait, what happened? We're in a blackout. Let me switch. Hold on, I'm so sorry.
Otherwise, we can go to mine and try to get the sound.
No. We don't need to do that. Just give me a second, please. Just give me a second. All right.
I don't hear anything.
Hold on. I don't know what's going on. Hold on.
We should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get
wanna-
to sit.
I wanna ask you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Regina's
deposing you.
defense
Yeah.
team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to answer
And if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with
because
it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get
okay,
it.
Just
If-
so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
Because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They had no evidence. They had no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Let's talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty
So
until
say
we know
no.
what other the 5 sets of prints were.
So that would be no, as far as you know.
Thank you.
We can't say that for certainty.
Oh my
You can
God.
say no, as far as you know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually,
You can say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
I
If your
plead the fifth. I
energy here
plead
is
the
going to be
fifth.
like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation.
Ryan, I told you she would do that, so I just want everybody to know I told him she would do
And
this.
so I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is you
your.
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
It's
things that
coming,
sit outside
Ryan.
of the evidence.
She's
I
gonna walk
actually
off.
already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi
She didn't go
Gabbard's
through the
office.
proper
What's your best
channels.
piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't
Every
hack
other
into
citizen has
Emmanuel
to. Why
Macron's
doesn't
bank
she
accounts and say
go
whether
through
or
the
not
proper
the
channels?
information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it
So if I say Ryan punched me in the eye and I just go and report him, I don't have to have no black eye, no evidence. Is that what she's saying?
to the right body of people.
Yeah,
That's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
Now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me...
we can pull up the clip. I'm
Yes.
sorry, I'm just saying.
Boom.
Can I finish the sentence?
Pull up
Go
the
ahead.
clip.
Can you
Pull
give me the
clip.
context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped.
We know she's gobbledygooking, but let me ask you this. So she had a dream, right? Charlie Kirk, he read the unpublished full text that Charlie Kirk said that he thought that leftists were going to kill him. So why is Candace going against Charlie Kirk's own words?
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then, other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody.
Clip out how many times Candace Owens has said, if you watch my show, if you followed my series, clip that out. Thank you. That's editor's note, just in case AI didn't get it.
He has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent who I think would
Here comes Joe,
have the
Ryan.
right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative.
I did want to clarify one thing. Joe Kent did not go through the proper channels to get access to the Charlie Kirk investigation. That is very important to know. We'll talk about that later. Clip that.
Because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place.
Ask your
And
fact
again,
checker.
the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see
say there's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, like positive evidence would be
Tomato.
material evidence and
Potato,
other
potato.
evidences, which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hampton.
Ask why she hasn't released every bit of, quote, evidence she has. She's still sitting on stuff.
I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Yes,
so
she
how
has.
could I say that I have
Pull it.
evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Pull it up.
So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that
not
I've never said on
personal.
record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Here
I
it
don't know what
comes,
the
y'all.
video
Get
is.
ready.
She fell right into it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
If you're
She fell into it. She didn't think that
yes,
they would hold
you
her
said
feet
that there's
to
a
the
video
fire.
you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
And that Erica Kirk did it.
He said evidence that they killed him. I said this
ahead
is why
and play it,
people think
though.
they're involved.
Yeah,
in
just
it.
play it.
Involved in
Let's
it.
play
They
it.
have the clip.
Yeah,
they
they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
She doesn't get to say no.
Via who? My guess is Pierre. Erica.
Watch
I
Candace's
think that
face.
there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
Involvement.
know
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm. Again,
This would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
Right?
Liz, can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every
I
right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I
positive
said,
evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said, I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
Just watch
I
my
agree, You're
show.
allowed to think.
Okay, so-
Nobody's disputing whether or not
Yeah, but,
Candace
like,
Owens is
you're-
allowed to think.
you're-
What I'm asking
you're
is that
insulting
you
me.
have
I'm
what's your issue
pregnant.
then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's with
think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You
That
would
I
think
mis-
that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
Ryan's
confidence.
gonna tell you something.
Hang on,
sister-
let me finish. Let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I
evidence.
actually don't have to walk you through why I think.
What?
I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to
that.
this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
you
said-
said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
He's not
you
doing
structuring how
that.
you're allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
Stop
You
it,
can say whatever you want.
Candace. Stop it.
Nobody's
I said it.
disputing that. I'm
It
asking.
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is
She's
is,
gonna
is
walk off.
ultimately
And
going
France.
to be proven
Yeah,
to
she
have
is.
involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process.
She's definitely going to walk off, Ryan. We're close
She
to
is,
the.
yeah.
She
Yep.
is.
I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were
Wow.
involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just
Oh
going
my
to
God.
drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who is high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason to
so it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just
She
go
didn't
out
go
there
through the
making
proper
a claim to the
channels.
federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature.
She is a regular citizen. She did not go through the proper channels to file her complaint. She admitted that openly. We'll clip that later.
So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you- well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically coming in like you're gonna regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it. If
I'm
I'm
not trying
allowed
to
to say
regulate
it.
anything. I'm asking
you're,
very
you're
pertinent
sounding a
questions.
bit like a professor trying to
Wow.
regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted me
You
to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would
Let's
like
see-
for you to
let's
actually
just go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared because
Please do. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
I
She
think
wants
with
to
full
get through
confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They
And
can
it's
pull up whatever
working.
clips they
Whatever
want,
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end-
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day.
Look
I've
at his
already
foot.
said that. You just don't
He's
like
gearing up.
No.
Candace, just
He-
out of curiosity,
don't give
when
up.
you,
Don't give- he
pass
needs a
down that
cigarette,
message
man.
to Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office. Yes.
Tulsi's office. Are you?
I think he's calm. I wiggle
giving
my
them
foot when
who
I'm
told
calm
you that,
too, though.
or you're just saying, "Here's what I
I'm
heard."
always
from
And I
Tulsi?
have
It
this,
just
and I have
started.
this
It just
information.
started. Gearing
And
up.
of course, if they wanted to open
I'm always moving.
a file on
She's about to end it.
it, which I quite mysterious that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about like from maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but
See, and that was wrong. They should have never responded from Tulsi Gabbard's office. She is supposed to go through proper channels. I would have to go through the proper channels. And who has first rate access to the president to be able to say, hey, I need you to look at that? She acts like Trump is on standby, personal phone call, red phone and all for her. Stop it.
I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, "Hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email."
Yes.
Email was, "I've been told
I have
somebody is-"
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination.
That's not proof.
And that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
Well,
like
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would like.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much
And
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so If
No, government, do not respond to that. Shame on you, Patrick Bet David. Let me screenshot his face real quick because I'm gonna use that in a thumbnail. All right, let's go.
that's the case, now they may respond back and say we did. That's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
are? Okay. I mean, that's,
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about
How many
that,
times
Andrew?
did you say watch my podcast? I swear I'm
The
gonna get
fact
every
that she
single time.
emailed,
I'm gonna
she
give it to
gave
Milk
it,
Bar.
and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship
Wait,
with Charlie?
who?
No,
What?
her
Good-
relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to? even
PBD
you assigned it
sucks.
to one of
I
your
There's
hate
no
guys,
him
guarantee
right
they
now.
didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This
Did
has got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
I don't mean hate. I take that back. That's a strong negative word. But PBD is simping for her. And did you notice throughout the debate, she keeps looking over to Patrick Bet David, and Andrew's eyes are locked on her until he finally looks at PBD and says, "Come on, man."
This is more on.
Well, I sent the email assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information, we're investigating this, and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at a
claim?
time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So I actually it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following: if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
and
they
I
haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because
Mike.
who would want to
Stop
make a
it,
report? Like, I mean, I've
PBD.
never made a report with the federal
But when
Let me
he
government.
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let
when
me
he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one question, and then I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that's
they?
going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the
Watch
world. I mean,
our
down to
podcast.
pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources? You're
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
She said it
but
20 times at
questioned
least.
as well.
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just saying what I think and collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I said
so I
Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah. Well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people act like I'm
I
ground
think
zero.
I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
kind of the
PR there.
last.
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
what does
using a
that
hypothetical,
What does that
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said
You don't
earlier,
know
the
that,
backpack was
Candace.
returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. People, this is
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100 million.
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to back
Yeah,
up,
but
that's
what was
fine.
the
Your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they
Yes,
want to play
please.
of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask
And
me,
so
but
right
sure.
now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added
Yeah,
those two
play
words.
it again.
Okay, it's what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come
Okay,
in
well,
and
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? You know, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage.
Why does she owe
in
it
any
to you,
like
Candace?
Erica? Everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm gonna wait here because I don't know. Just it feels weird to think that. Did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not. You can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her, and I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case, and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Why are they talking about this when Erica's not here to defend herself? They need to stop it now.
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Well,
so we
then
call
you
her lawyer. And her lawyer says to us,
hey, Candace Owens team, Skylar, pull the full context of the clip that Andrew just pulled. It'd be very easy to do, and it shouldn't be very long.
she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like, don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context.
Oh
and
my
make it seem like
gosh,
that
you
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing?
You play the
Because
full
we don't
thing.
have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond to
doctorate
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erica is just complicit in believing
and
it.
when I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which
Yes,
is why
she
it's
did.
so funny
She
to
did.
me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly.
What did
but
she
they're
lie
probably
about?
grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with
Before he asks his question, Ryan, question for you. Do you see how she wanted to play Erica's protector? I'm safe. You can tell me. And now she feels betrayed because she felt like Erica should have told her something so that Candace Owens could protect her.
Yeah, well, she wanted to. Basically, what that was it's a manipulation tactic. Narcissists use it. Share your status with me so we are equal. And if you don't, then you are nefarious and therefore below me.
There we go. Okay. Did y'all get that? Clip that. All right, let's go.
Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all.
So that's a good question, PBD. I'm glad you brought it up because he's establishing that they were not friends anyway. So why would Erica Kirk naturally? She probably leaned on Tracy L. Martin, which now Candace Owens is attacking her too, has been.
We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and
But that's her. Stop inflecting what you want, your stuff, and how people should behave.
Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
Nope.
I was, engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them
That's a lie right there. That's a lie.
because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of
Before she and George got engaged, Charlie had already started dating Erica, and it's on her podcast actually when she was with PragerU.
his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
It transformed when she lied.
you can take the lead? I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the?
No, you have to answer
Point for
his
Candace.
question.
Sorry, point for Candace. Point for Candace. I'm going to give it to her.
Fact that
But yeah, still, it makes her look bad because she's not sticking to it. She's deflecting again. She's throwing back on him. Well, what about your tweet? No, she has to defend her claim.
Erica was retarded.
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh,
I love it. You have to give Candace that one. I will give Candace that one.
to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and
You
what,
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
It doesn't matter what his opinion was. His stance is that she is not complicit. He's giving his reasons, and it's even better that he tweeted that and he's taking her defense. Candace is trying to say that Andrew is paid, and she's trying to get him to admit that he's representing TPUSA. Well, guess what? We all are, and I'm not even getting paid.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded
On this
No,
point.
is?
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in
That's
any
a
management
lie.
of Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you
No,
say
there's
that
not.
your
Pull it,
wife
pull
went to
it.
their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay.
I
Is that
don't
when
know,
you gave her
maybe-
the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay.
to
So
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh,
that
I
you-
just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's
There you go.
pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they
It's
instantly...
amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder
Right.
of people's deaths, that
Right.
that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other
Right.
than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I, just
and
think
don't have the
I
best
feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me.
Yes,
I
you
actually
did.
never demanded that it be released. I
Yes,
just
you did.
simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too
So what?
retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't
They
know
just
where
don't
you,
have they don't have
I
the
don't know where
courage to
you-
have the conversation.
Like, I don't
if they
see
were
this-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask you
faith
a
to answer
question.
questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded
claim?
it's not evidence that
No.
you're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going
Well,
to
I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the
when-
public's not smart enough to
do
see
you
through
think,
that?
Do you think that if you
talking
know
about terrible PR.
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like take a
But
look.
what is the-
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done is
That's not what
demonstrated that's
he's
in good
talking
faith.
about.
It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You
Still am.
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about everything
hang on,
you've
hang
ever
on.
said
Have you
about
ever been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
She was critical of Hunter Biden. She got to sit in front of him and apologize to him. Let's remember that.
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and you let's just talk about your record.
But she called Hunter Biden a crackhead. She went all in on him. Let's remember.
I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about well, yeah.
I debate against the
against feminists
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan, and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like, you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like, nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like, you don't have to do this.
Okay.
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy,
right?
And you're trying to find some new
The legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No, it
is
yes,
both.
it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
I think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, if that was you, you brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is, like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified from
It's not about what you think. It's about what you could
and
prove.
On the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms.
Yeah.
But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
do you feel
get,
like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic.
Andrew is cooking her goose with these clips, and her only retort is, you're clipping me out. You're taking it out of context.
We can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready in the back,
here we go.
We're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
Do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask?
Y'all, I want to rewind for a second because Jen, the producer, just dropped something from Paramount Tactical. So I have in front of me the text message where Candace Owens just said in this debate that she did not believe that Erica Kirk was complicit in anything. She was coming to her as a friend. And in this text, I'm going to send it to you, Ryan, also. But in this text, the girl says, and this went around a while back, but the girl said, Candace says, she is coming here. And yes, absurd. They need to prepare. So a lady says, geez, that's actually crazy. I'm so intrigued to hear how it goes. I got your back. Go Max. I'm asking everything. First question, why did you murder your husband? Just for context. All right, let's keep going. Hopefully they'll have that too.
Ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence.
Probably to get to where the clip is.
Right.
No, it doesn't seem that way because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
So have your team play it.
I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't.
like
but
you
it's
were kinda
fine
ready.
to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, this
Back it up.
I don't need to
Back
say
it
what's
up.
happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think
Watch the
that
episode.
your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And
that's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds
Please
of
fact check.
energy is it? A 30-6 being shot 150 yards away? That's
I
a
don't-
great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between
Grok.
1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
His body jerked because of the blood loss and all of that. Okay, she does not know what she's talking about. Let's let him explain it though.
Right, but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't
But
go
if
through.
air is-
But I also want to say that you're saying this
Yeah.
can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And well, because he's actually shot and killed people.
why would that have anything to
Right.
do with anything?
Well, because
Did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes
Right.
moved?
Ooh.
well, why are you able to assert your position? Now,
Because I'm gonna swear he's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not
I'm
only am I
sorry.
not
Wow.
BSing, I'm telling you the
you're
truth.
no,
If a bullet
I
is
think
moving
one
in
of your
air has to move out of way of bullet.
Well, maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and it's,
You can fact check it.
Your
check if
shirt,
bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air. It's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the
Okay,
shirt.
but bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not
it is
underneath
beneath
the
his
shirt.
The
It
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
Show
And we
the
obviously
video.
can't show
Yeah.
that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving?
Hold on a second, Ryan. Is she saying that she can't show that video because of YouTube purposes? When how many times has she shown the different ways? She watched a video on her podcast of Charlie Kirk getting hit from behind for 6 minutes and 17 seconds straight. It may have been more, but what is she talking about? So this is her way out too. I can't do it because I might get demonetized.
First, that didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry
You see
wound on his
smoke?
neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
There's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For
Yeah,
purposes
that's
of my,
fine.
yeah,
That's fair.
for the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break,
Andrew better have
if you
a
wanna pull
counter
it up,
clip.
This is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive
Right.
there. So
I'm
he
just saying he observed, he said he's shot people up close and he's never seen a shirt
No
move like
dispute.
that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just
dispute,
said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down.
Right.
So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow
In
it
real
down,
time,
the
Candace.
disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you
people disagree with you.
I'll say it again. The guy is lying. He was bragging about how many people he killed to begin with. And then now he's saying that he's able to see that in real time. What kind of vision does he have? And Candace doesn't understand that.
Your opinion's on a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
When we set out to create a shoe that
I wonder why they don't take longer breaks.
Because they're only going 3.5 hours. They are not going to go past the 3.5 hours. And that's starting to make me believe that we're watching a pre-recorded, not the actual live. If it goes 3.5 hours.
Well, I agree. Like, all right, that's so long. If I was them, I'd be like, all right, let's just go a little bit longer and make the breaks 10 minutes. 50, like, what if you got to go to the bathroom? Like, there's just a lot of things. Like, it's just very short for something like this.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. But do you think that they're going to end it? Because look,
it seems like they're wrapping up.
It does. He said the last segment. They didn't even really fully address everything. They're trash fact checking. I'm so sick of this, man. Hire me for your production. I'll stop you. But I bet the producers are in their ear going, we've got this. We've got this. So you can't say. So Patrick Bet David, he's the only one that's getting the information about the clips. And I pray that those producers come forward and say something about how things went behind the scenes. I'm going to take a break too. Did you want to take a break, or you want to talk to people for a little bit?
I'll hang out just so that we don't lose the view. There's a lot of viewers. So I'll talk, and everybody can stay on that.
No,
so
I'm not leaving the live. I'm just stepping away for a second.
Yeah, I know.
So, okay. I just wanted to make sure. I'm not leaving you, man. I'm not leaving.
People have such a short attention span. I know a 10-second break can result in people saying, oh, I've got another project to do. So what that means is 1,669 people out there. That's very rude if you leave now, just because it's only me. I'm in the middle of talking to you. So if you leave now, it'd be polite if we weren't here and weren't paying attention. The conversation is ongoing, so you can't just walk out. Some of you are leaving. Gee, thanks. Oh, you can't hear me talk. Let me see. You guys can't hear me talk, right? Let's see here. Okay, can you guys hear me? It says I'm coming through. You guys can hear me just fine. Okay, so I muted her mic. Yeah, if you guys have any, do you guys have any particular comments that someone has not said? Something about the dynamic, something about their strategies. I mean, so far I'm pretty disappointed, actually. Aside from an analytical standpoint, it's interesting to see Candace Owens this bad, because now I know the situation at home is probably worse than we realized. I was concerned about the family to begin with, for the stuff that we've covered on my podcast about what's going on with Russia, even the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps and all of that. But I didn't know if there might be peace at home. And I've said in the past, and this is partially based on, I never met Candace, but I've been involved in this field for long enough that pretty much any name that I have a mutual friend with and I have stories about. So Candace, although I've heard very few things, she doesn't seem to have too many friends, actually. I haven't heard her name in my circles where it's like, oh, I was talking to Candace and this happened. Like I would hear that about other names that are big. And I always found that to be peculiar, even going back to 2019, 2018, when I first started hearing about her. But she's very charismatic, very, very fast. She has the type of brain, even if she's dumb now, because it's been a dumbed down brain, it hasn't been exercised, she has the capacity probably to be a very entertaining and cool person to be around. But I'm not seeing that person right now because as you get older, you do have to deal with more stress. And if this is how she handles stress when Andrew's like, this is the most diplomatic I've ever seen Andrew. This is the most calm I've ever seen Andrew Wilson. This is the nice. I'm kind of stunned by it, which makes me think like, what is his strategy now? Like, is it maybe he's just done with it because it like the whole thing just kind of sucks. Like this content kind of sucks. So is he like, yeah, I want to wrap it up? Is there a contractual thing that it has to end 3.5 hours? But again, like I don't think that fits his strategy. What we know about him. It'll be interesting to see how he handles his last segment because he's gonna go for the fireworks, but I would have expected him to ramp it up a little bit by now.
Yeah,
So-
let's remember too that it's the contractual agreement was a 3.5 hour minimum, and he also gently reminded her that you said you would go past that 3.5 hour mark. So I believe he's going to hold her feet to the fire as well. And you're right, he waited until they got through the minimum to. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but I think they need more fact checking. What do you think?
Maybe I'm divided because in terms of an integrity standpoint, yes, and then there's the broadcasting element and the theater of it. But
I don't care. Wait, let's stop right there. So most people at this point don't care about the theater of it. Like we're over it. We're
Really?
mad about it. Yes, all of it. That's what they're.
What she says is so stupid that for me it is actually just theater. Like this isn't an investigation to me. This isn't an intellectual quest.
I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you. We are agreeing with each other. What I'm saying is this debate is theater, and people are upset about that. They did not want this to be theater. We wanted more on the site fact checking when they say stuff. Candace has no facts, so then she always reverts to, oh, well, it's on my podcast. Go watch my whole podcast. And like Andrew said, you have a whole team that could back it up to where, why isn't Patrick Bet-David holding her feet to the fire? And I was really upset that Patrick Bet-David seemed to have acted like he was having Candace Owens aside when they were talking about the FBI and the White House and Margot at the White House. You should be fired if you did not have permission to reach back, because you should always go through proper channels. When your life is in danger, is the White House the first place you called? Is the first place you call the president? And if you're going to reach out to the FBI, isn't there a process that you go through? You don't just know somebody high up and say, hey, I need you to do this. In fact, I think that's a conflict of interest somehow.
Well, okay, keep in mind, what'd she say? Oh, George Farmer is a security buff. But apparently she didn't even call the local police. The first people, anyone of common sense would say, oh, well, who's the first one? Who's your first line of defense? It's the local police. And she's not talking about were there more patrols added? Was there anything done? Absolutely not. Yet you're going to claim that your husband, who is sweeping your house all the time for bugs in case you're being wiretapped, is somehow just skipping over that, the local police part. But there's no, and those are public. So where's the public police report about?
Oh, they're back. They're back.
Yeah,
They're back.
go.
I'm sorry. They're back. Hold on. No, I agree with you. I'm gonna have to speed it up because they came back. Okay, here we go. Oh Lord, this
Twigs' DNA, like he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to
okay. So
Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think but if you want to play the clip
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twiggs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet. And I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
No, it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
sure. This is like the Erica Kirk.
It's not funny,
all right,
Candace.
Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah, sure.
She did sit down with you, Candace.
You know.
Look at her face. Look at her face.
Straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know,
so do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek, and then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned, and I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be.
I think
sat
Candace
down
should
and
be
she
questioned.
questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already.
but why-
sat through.
why do they-
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't
can.
say they owe me something. I don't think
Wow.
that's ever,
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
you're just kind
entire
of filling the air
if your
with
entire
just
thing is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if
She's
she
just
has
a
been either.
child.
So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense
knowledge,
because
this
Turning
is
Point's
to-
like, we
I do.
want
To my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though,
I would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not.
Y'all, this is a technique. Listen to what she's about to do. I got to get a screenshot of this face. Hold on a second. I'm screenshotting faces as I'm going. I got to get a screenshot of it. Boom. Oh, I'm going to have so much fun making thumbnails. Let's go.
Remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
we did not take out of
wait, what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
gonna
off.
bring
We did
claims,
not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mm-hmm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it.
He
This
did.
that's not really what happened.
Well, what didn't
yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange, that's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I
Oh my
actually debated
God.
the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that
There's-
I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of hang on.
And
There's
I
nothing
did not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, hold on. We
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the
Dating?
case,
This is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere, and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through-
and like 4
yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I don't
perception
think 4 out of 5 even were.
is your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite
just-
a few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Were
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was
Yeah.
3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
Stop
claims.
with the
Which is
thinking.
why you're asked
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I
claims.
point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed
clip
be
they
the
want to
whole
play
They
from
want
thing.
7
more.
days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can go
getting
to
into the
Patsy.
Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
Shame on you, Patrick Bet David.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay, while they're looking for that, do you want to
What
continue?
camp is Rob O'Neill
Yeah, I
in?
mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does
Here
not
we go.
say that you are allowed to just question me without me being
Show
able
the
to
contract.
respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have
I'm
it your
still-
way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first. Okay.
Thank you, Andrew. Wait for the
guys have it
clip.
in the back?
Praise God. Thank you, Jesus. He did it,
Okay,
Ryan.
beautiful.
He did it. He made them wait. Oh my God.
Finally.
I'm not familiar, Dot. Oh, we'll get to that
need the
later.
Jeopardy
Ryan.
thing.
Team told me
I'm
they had
typing.
it, so
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't hear
Twiggs
this. My
has
thing
his
went out. Just
DNA
tell me when
on
it
the
says on
towel.
here. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
Said this- proceeded this 4
DNA
times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's
Y'all see how she wants to talk to the clip. She is highly embarrassed. I'm screenshotting faces, Ryan. You're going to listen.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody's going to want to hire me after this. And you're going to say, nope.
Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
She's so
You
upset.
said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you
Did
read,
you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context,
I'll do it on my show. I'll share
Yes.
the
so you're
text
going to
Get her,
read it on my show,
Andrew.
but not show it.
That's right.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show.
Yep.
But that's what I'll do. I'll
There
show
you
it on
go.
my
Can I
show.
ask why?
Good job, Andrew.
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence. Keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if so well.
I'm just saying, like,
What would that be? He's juxtaposing right now, right? He's doing a perfect juxtapose.
That was pretty
Ryan,
slick.
this is your prediction coming true, unfolding on the entertainment aspect. And
Yeah.
I love that he got, because I'm going to clip out how many times she said, you have to watch my podcast. Well, no, they can go watch my show to get that. And now he's saying, okay, well, I'll just play it on my show and then you can watch my show. But he didn't tell her to watch his show because she'll say, I don't have time for that. I don't want to watch you smoking. Let's go.
yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, That's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them
Mish,
real quick?
that was
I'll tell you
from
exactly which
Ryan.
ones. We'll pull 'em
Sorry.
up.
Well, do you know any?
It's flashing up both of our comments like that's crazy. So the comments for you, Mish, up on the screen.
Of the charges these up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I
Can you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just not
but
following it
it
enough.
seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should. Like,
All right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge that
counter.
he's-
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Right.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like,
Name all 7.
Name all 7.
Can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure,
Yes.
you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
you don't have
name
to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death
So
sentence in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time limit.
Number
There's
2,
nothing going
number
on.
3, number 4.
And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all
Her producers are sweating to tell her in her ear the 7.
is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just
waiting.
going
She's
to
waiting for
recognize that your
Skylar to
strategy of
tell
thinking
her.
that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work.
Yeah.
And you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No.
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you
No,
to
we
list
just
the
want the
charges.
7.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know
Right.
all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush.
She's
this.
waiting
I'm
for Skylar.
also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay. And there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged.
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah. See, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay. Got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be
What?
very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to
What?
pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through.
Her team just told on her. Look at that face. She is pissed. Why did
They
you
should
do
have. They should have
that?
just. Oh, she's pissed. Yeah, they should have just dropped it.
They should have dropped it.
She has a bad team around her. They don't know that they're
Oh
not
my
good.
God, they are so
dumb.
bad. They
Very
just
dumb.
busted her. Y'all, I got to take a minute. We're going to play it. Please stay all the way through. If you want to skip our commentary, go to their direct link. But it's very important. She wants audiences and viewers to notice this. I just took a screenshot of her face. Ryan has some things to share with us. But let me tell you, this woman, her team sucks. Fire your team, Candace. Call me up, girl. I might can help you. I might can help you with PR too. Her team just cold busted her. That's why she was delaying for her team to come in her ear. And you can always tell when they're in her ear by the way she delivers it. What do you think, Ryan?
Oh, 100%. And it further proves what I said earlier. I don't believe she talked to a single person about how to, like, that should not, her team did not talk to a single person, because this is like, in the world of media and doing this type of thing, this is pre-kindergarten stuff.
Look at her face, Ryan. I want you to know I screenshotted that face.
Like in this isolated moment, part of me feels bad, because that sucks.
Oh, that was the hardest blow, I think, of this whole thing. So that, well played, Andrew.
She just said, "Oh, I don't know him off the top of my head." Come on, and moved on. But
what do you think that, you know, she's always bragging that she's able to infiltrate teams. What if Andrew's team was able to infiltrate her team and be like, "Hey, she's gonna get mad at you if you don't pull that up and show it using some reverse psychology on her"? Oh my!
I kind of doubt. I mean, maybe.
Come on, entertain me, Ryan. You get to be funny.
No, tricking the team is very, very plausible based on what I'm seeing. Infiltrating, you know, like in a more intelligent sense, probably not. But tricking them, yeah. I mean,
no. What I'm saying is, I'm using this is a pun towards her. It's funny.
Oh.
It's just, you know, it's just funny. It's not fact, y'all. This entertainment. So she says that, I forgot what I was saying. Never mind. It wasn't funny. The joke has passed. But I mean, she is angry. She is angry.
That's really.
Oh, I know what it was. Ryan, I know what it was. We both have ADD. So I know what it was. So she said that she infiltrated Sean Ryan's team, that she was good at infiltrating teams. That's her language. That's her language. So what I'm saying is, okay, well, maybe, you know, his team infiltrated her and is getting in their head going, you better show that, you better show the proof, or she'll be mad at you. Oh my God, they messed up so bad. They messed up so bad. And look at her face. She's like, I can't believe they just did that. She's so busted. God, I almost feel bad for her, Ryan, don't you?
No, I legit, at this moment, seeing that face, just because I know what that feels like when you have that face. I do feel a little bad. Not much, but it is there. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I feel for her just on the production level, you know, you being very experienced in all this. Yes. So let's keep going, y'all. Thanks for hanging with us.
Can you guys zoom in a little bit?
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
offense in the presence of a minor.
In front of a child.
Yeah.
So 5, 6,
it's in
tampering
front
with
of a
witness,
child.
3rd degree felony. Now, I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone?
Yes.
I'm happy to do it.
Yes, we do.
Because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
Okay, that's fine.
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
Has anybody been
looking through this.
texted
You give me
at all?
permission.
You
I'm
have
looking at
full
the- I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 11:32 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All I
like
have is
Yeah.
Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia. And that was a down.
She
I'll
used
take your word
Telegram
for
in
it.
Russia, Ryan.
I don't need to I
already did that
deeply
later.
care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff
deeply
that I
care
don't
about
No,
know.
I'm just saying-
the whole thing on
I
that.
have my other question is about steak.
I know that, but she
Oh,
just
and by the
said
way,
it.
I-
She just said it
Just
out of
real quick. I do I do have something coming related
He's
to that.
got
I can't resist
something
telling you
coming.
guys. I have a bunch of things coming on a bunch of different people, but there's something related to what was just mentioned. Just stay tuned. But yeah.
I wanted to reaffirm on that. Did you hear that? There's something coming. If y'all caught last night, man, that was the bomb. Y'all got to go hit the replay too, even if you were there for the live. There's something coming. But my point is, she just said it out of her own mouth. She just admitted it that she used
because
Telegram.
she's insecure about it.
Yep.
She knows when she mentions Telegram that she screwed up by that was significant, and me and Laura Loomer just jumped on her.
Do
So,
you think Andrew did that on purpose to get her to publicly admit that she was on Telegram? Has she tried to defend that position ever before?
I don't think that's a different realm of argumentation.
All right, let's get through this. All right, sorry. Okay, y'all. Dang.
House receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
yeah,
nothing there.
there. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse.
She
I have
posted
said
it.
The person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Diligent dummy.
Okay, so you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that.
Y'all, real quick, on the steakhouse, Mr. Xclusive did a whole series on it. He's still working on it. He interviewed the owner, the waiter. He interviewed everybody, too. He's got a story. Y'all want the truth? Go check him out.
Story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt.
No, I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred out.
The person working on this story that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that.
I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
he paid? If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are.
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved? I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that
Stay tuned. There it is.
Having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I
Robinson's,
just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
Well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's
is,
the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair
information,
enough.
what happened next, with the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
about
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline.
the-
I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Y'all, Cinema Shogun always says Candace's homemade timeline. She reads every single one of his posts. This is my timeline, my homemade timeline. I made it. She said, I made it at home. Y'all, that's important. All right, clip that.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait,
conversation.
Because he left off aggravated for murder, he doesn't know the charges. What? Okay, she's not going to let him talk.
You're following Congo
Yeah,
on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you Didn't, no, that's
hairs.
not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like
Flip it,
getting
flip it.
literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man,
murder versus murder.
It's ridiculous.
A death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? It would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
I just
timeline.
don't know
What's
what
your
his
issue with
issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was.
She had to, this is important, y'all. She had to take down, and I know this story because of Mr. Xclusive. She had to take all of that down because he debunked her. He made a public statement on Facebook. I did a whole video about it. Please go check it out. And Mr. Xclusive also offered Candace Owens $1 million, but he wasn't well known enough. But, this is why she turned down Joe Rogan. And, PBD, I'm ashamed of his behavior. He should have never went there. They should have held her feet to the fire. But I'm kind of glad they did this in a way, maybe. But I don't know. We'll talk more about this
I
after
might
it's
be
done.
able to get, if Mr. X is serious and he's watching, I might be able to get his if he's serious about that. I might be able to get it where it needs to be.
Please do. He's about to do a whole piece on. He's posting. I'm reposting him, so I'll we'll get that done. So let's go. And I will say, y'all. I know it said Mr. Exclusive on the thumbnail. Some things are going on. He has to remain completely anon right now. So y'all leave him alone because he's got some serious stuff coming up. All right. So yeah, he's got the whole story on. He talked to the owner. I've got the Facebook thing, all of it. Like, you know, so let's keep going. Wow, she's amazing. And so why did she even bring up that she talked to the restaurant owner and now she's saying, well, I had to take that down. See, this is what I'm talking about. So let's see what he says.
Was in fact a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression.
The owner of the restaurant.
It's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
cool.
You can keep whatever you want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
we
hard
covered the
evidence
point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thought.
All right, Ryan.
I'm actually trying to write down that sponsor you mentioned because it sounded interesting. Where you pay experts by the minute or something.
Wait a minute. So I've already asked you about this, and I'm glad you're interested now. It's called the Minnect app. MINNECT app. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. How cool is this?
I don't know how cool it is. We'll talk
The
about that on
concept
back.
is very cool.
I understand that, but let's talk about that on back channels if you don't mind.
I know.
I've done some research, and I want you to know everything before whatever.
Oh,
so,
boy. Okay.
Yeah, so it might be going into your research versus a tool for anything. So I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So the ads are on. Did you want to take the stage? Did you want to take a break, or you need to step away? Anything like that?
No, I'm good. I mean, I'm good to go. I mean, my only thought I keep thinking is, like, my style is so different than Andrew's, and it's not just because I think he's actually constructive in this. I like this is a different Andrew Wilson that I would say, you know, I'm not anti Andrew Wilson in all circumstances. This version I actually quite like, and then there's other times where I'm like, it's kind of bullying and injecting poison. But my approach is still different, just because I'm a different guy and I have a different background and a different objective. And so you guys know what makes my particular podcast interesting is that it's investigative, and there's other investigative podcasts. But when I interact with people, even if it's someone who doesn't like me, I'm always about fact gathering, and I've been that way for a long time. So there's been people who have gone after me in the New York Times. Like, there's been people who have gone after me personally in vicious ways. And I've been able to have friendly conversations with them. And I'm proud of that because there have been, every single time, there's been positive results. Even if it's I just learned facts about them, because usually someone who's coming after me, I'm interested in their background also. And even Elizabeth Lane, actually, believe it or not, she has said things that was interesting for my own research and stuff. And I just keep thinking, I'm like, man, unfortunately, my approach is that I don't have a ton of content and I'm not famous or anything. So people don't know that my approach is different and would work with someone who would see me as an adversary. But man, I would love to talk to Candace Owens for a prolonged period of time. But with a non-adversarial setting, and it's not competitive, like you win, I lose, just literal fact gathering. Tell me about this nuance and this, and I'll do the same and answer as we feel comfortable. I wish we saw that more. There's more podcasts out there where people are having dialogues, which I think are great. Respectful disagreement, like all that's great, but I have yet to see actual systematic fact gathering where it's literally just bring your research to me and let's put these pieces of the puzzle together. And there's things I would like to know.
Right.
So I think Candace knows a lot about Russia, right? I mean, like, what would be more fun then not a debate, but like a podcast where I talk to her about Russian influence operations. We don't argue. I just ask what she knows. She can ask me questions. I think it would be great for civil society. It'll never happen, but I mean,
You
I just
never know.
You never know.
You never know. Look, don't ever say that. You never know.
I mean, like, if someone wants to pony up $300,000 or whatever it is, I mean, that's for a debate. So maybe she'd do it for less because it's a friendly thing.
No,
Maybe
listen.
Out there, like, pay her $100,000 to sit with me for 3 or 4 hours on a stream, very friendly. We just,
Look, I'm telling you, that's never gonna. I will tell you that that's never gonna happen, simply because nobody will ever pay her again, because the audience. Listen, I have a screenshot. I have a post. I sent it to you. I texted it to you. Check your text from Makeup Mish, where Candace's own viewers sent her a super chat that they're embarrassed for her.
How do we know that's not someone trolling? Because I can see myself doing that, being like, I've been your supporter forever and you just lost me.
It doesn't matter either way. It's in our comment section. So, and the hope is that maybe that is happening. But I'm with you. They are die hard. Those people are so die hard. It's not even funny. Like, she basically tells them, I'm sitting on stuff. Okay, it's about to come back on because I could see it came back on your end. Oh, and it's on now, actually. Oh my God, I got it muted again.
Surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate, because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point.
Clip that. I'm not arrogant.
Part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip the set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which was a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I will I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us.
Wait,
His one-year anniversary is coming up.
We're going to listen to Andrew. We didn't get to listen to him.
And so before we
and then I got
up,
something to point out.
Yeah, no, and
After Andrew.
Yeah, definitely. I'm wondering why Andrew didn't get to have the final statement. Like, he went first, so he should have been able to go last to close up. She wanted to make sure that she fumbled the ball and all of that. So let's see what he says.
Thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times do you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning.
I'm going to let her talk for a little bit because I think we just caught her in the middle of hers, but I'm not going to let it, depending on what you want to do, Ryan. But did you want to hear?
I do want to hear it, yeah.
I do too. So I'm grateful for you.
Beginning that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up. And that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And
Okay. Do you want to listen to the rest of what he says, or are you ready to go full throttle?
PBD, I don't care. No, I just want to point out, just because it's interesting, and this is also kind of how I take notes for myself. Having watched a lot of Candace's body languages and things she says in terms of vocabulary and how she says them, she is getting tired, very tired towards the end there, understandably. Remember, she's pregnant. So that can have a distorting effect when you're analyzing what someone is doing in terms of their body language and their psychology. But I will say this, I was really struck by something there. That's one of the most insecure Candace Owens moments I've seen. And it's in a different way than you would expect. It's not, there's some insecurity about whether she's wrong. I see that there. She wants to be liked. She's doubting herself whether she's actually a good person. She's not just trying to convince you of that. She's trying to convince herself of it. I'm confident of that for various reasons in there. The circular talking, the way she said it, the way certain points are slowed down. There's just a lot of data there that I picked up that makes me very confident in this, in what I'm saying there. That's a very different Candace Owens than what you saw at the beginning of the debate, partially because she's tired. And that's not because she's feeling necessarily defeated. She's concerned that she's defeated. I think
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question real quick about what you just said? So when you were I agree with you. I believe that she truly believes in her head what she's saying. Many people would argue that, oh no, she knows what she's doing. She knows she's purposely lying. I think that she doesn't check anything, and she has a team that doesn't check anything. And if they brought anything that went against her narrative, I think they are afraid of her. I think there are many people that are afraid of her. And I'd really, I know Mark went on a show and talked about, why he left and everything, but I would really like to know what really happened. And it sounds like she's had several producers that worked for her. So that would be interesting to know. But I like the way that you said that. I agree with you. I don't think it was a lack of confidence on her side. Now, her body language did say, she knew she was trapped in some things. And I'll firmly believe that her team was in her ear listing out the 7 for her, and they really screwed up when they brought it up on the screen. But keep going, because I agree with what you're saying. This was crazy. Keep going.
Makeup Mish is right on. She knows exactly the questions to ask. So, and this is partially, I'll answer this and get back to what I was saying. So the Steven Seagal example, Mish, look up that. And since this audience may not know what I'm referring to, but with the manager and so you'll see some parallels there that might explain the changeover in personnel. There are some things to look for that are happening there. But we can talk about that a little bit, or talk about that on X or whatever.
Well, if you want to talk about it here, whatever you want to do, let me know, because I have the files. So when you reference Steven Seagal, I can instantly pull it up or anything. I know you're not wanting to do a regurgitation, but just for a simple visual, anything you need, just say, grab that, Regina.
I'll let you know. I think it would be very difficult for me to contain that in a small box without it becoming a 1 hour thing.
Right.
But I'm struck by that change in Candace Owens' behavior. Well, first of all, I mean, let's just say she was on Adderall or whatever. That also is what happens when you need more.
Can I speak on the Adderall thing? Because
Sure.
we had started to touch on this, and it started before I could finish, before I
That's
could
right.
piggyback what you were saying. So, I had a problem with opiates, and there are several things or signs to where that could possibly be it. But I agree with you on the Adderall thing, because I was on Adderall for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years. And so the dry mouth, all of that, and when you're doing opiates, you're absolutely confident in yourself. I can remember, and when I waitress, there was a girl, she was like, I did the best job I ever did today. And she had told me she had taken Percocet earlier. And I was like, girl, you did terrible. But it was like looking in a mirror, because I thought that I was doing a bang up job too. And that's what these drugs do, the Adderall, all of that. I don't even want to talk about, sometimes it's needed and all of that. I don't want to have that conversation, because that's a whole nother talk show. And me being on it and having been on it, I mean, these are things that you can see. I would like to ask Candace Owens if she'd be willing to take a drug test. We're only asking questions. What's wrong with that? Because I do believe
Jones did challenge her to that. He said he would take one if
Good.
she did. And he did call out Adderall. I think he actually said Adderall-fueled psychosis and gave a medical term. And Alex Jones has extensive experience with substances, so he was the right one to issue that challenge. I would only be interested in that type of challenge to her for the sake of understanding why she's behaving a certain way, with the aim of helping her. I don't want to humiliate somebody over this. But her behavior in the beginning there, that really, I mean, I'm not a doctor, so all those caveats, but based on my experience and what I've witnessed, having been on Adderall in the past, I still take it sometimes now in very small, controlled, careful ways. And I have a prescription.
Let me clarify for a question real quick. This is an emergency question. No, absolutely not. You should never consume Adderall or any other drug while you're pregnant. That's all I got. Go ahead, Ryan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know how that all works. I have not been pregnant before. So
well, somebody asked, so I had to address
it.
I couldn't let it go unchallenged.
Yeah,
so.
no, that's good. That's good. Yeah. So I mean, her behavior early on certainly indicates like she's going into an intense situation. She's going to be thinking, I need to perform better than I even do when I normally do take Adderall, if she takes it. And it might not be Adderall, it might be something else. I don't know. I don't know the range of what exists. That's just what I can most associate that with.
We're
we know
not going to speculate.
She's done it in the past. So it's something like it would cause that behavior. And we're speculating, but it is pretty distinct there. And the timeline there. So the debate went on from let's see, it started like 11:30, right? Or
11.
So 11. So she's probably took around 11. Yeah, I mean 4 hours. I mean the time.
They kept it tight 3.5 hours almost, because the minimum was 3.5 hours. So like you said, let's do the math. 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4 hours. 4 hours. So they only went 30 minutes over. And then let's remember the breaks they did too. So, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. So, I mean, you look at the time. So, I mean, it would match it leaving your system and the drawdown that happens. Her becoming a little bit, she's still snarky, but she's a little bit different, suddenly tired and a little bit slower there at the end. Like it matches. And I'm not judging her. I'm just pointing out the different things that could distort my assessment of the significance of what she was saying and how she was saying it. So tired, pregnant, possible medication issues, but I'm still confident just from having watched the variations in how she talks and how she behaves, that actually what you saw was you did see a partially sincere Candace Owens with defensive bravado there at the end. And the reason I point that out is because I don't ever want to be in the demonization business, even if someone drives me crazy like she does, and I disagree with them, and I think they engage in deplorable behavior. But because there is always someone beyond that which you're criticizing, and that girl there, that young woman there, still exists. And I hope to see more of that. I want to see that Candace Owens come out more. And so to me, it's a question of, how do you bring that out? But what's significant there? What's her weak point? Because you can see there, She is concerned that she lost because the way she kept saying she was trying to be like Andrew Wilson, be like, you clearly lost. Like she was overcompensating, going around in circles about it. So she's concerned that she lost. I think that she didn't do the best. I think she knows that. Do I think she thinks she lost? I think no. But the fact that she inserted in there, I'm not arrogant, and it didn't belong there. That was not a smooth transition. It bothers her that people think she's arrogant and that she might actually be arrogant. Something's happening that she's concerned about that. She's concerned about people. Yeah. Just give me 1 second. She says repeatedly, my heart's in the right place, and looks at the camera in a way that a politician does not. It's not a scripted thing. That was very natural. She is worried. She does not like that people think she's insincere, doesn't actually care about Charlie, that she's a bad person. And my read on how she specifically conveyed that is that she's worried that they're right. It was very profound to me from watching her so much. I was like, that was just a really unique insight in how the things that she was going over and around on and how she said it and everything. So maybe, I don't know, maybe there's some hope that, maybe we'll start to see some positive change. I don't know. I think the opportunity is there though.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope so. I always like to think that anyone can self-correct or course correct. So just to summarize what you were saying, I agree with you. Her body language, and she does that a lot on her show. Those of you that used to follow any of her content, those people that preface with, I don't want to be offensive, I don't want to hurt your feelings, I'm not judging you. You should never have to make those statements. You should never have to preface with those statements. You should just assert what your stance is on something, and then that gives another person the opportunity. What she was doing was taking his choices away by saying, well, I'm not saying this, and I'm not saying, or she's taking her viewers' choices away and everyone else by getting in front of it so that means she's in some form convicted or she recognizes something. So I definitely agree with you on that. So anytime someone's coming at you and or they have to over-explain, that's a red flag. There should never be a time for over-explanations. If they can't get to it and get to their point and they have to say, but this is how I feel, or I didn't mean it this way, or you're taking it the wrong way, we should be using I statements, but the way she uses I statements is more of, it's me, I, what you think doesn't matter, and you have to trust me. And she said several times, I wish I would have counted how many times she said, you have to watch my podcast. So I thought it was golden when Andrew got in there. I'm going to save it and release it on my channel. So those are just my thoughts on it. That's my summarization. But don't worry, y'all stay tuned on Ryan's channel and mine, because we're going to be clipping all this up, putting videos up, because this was long. So the replay factor. So it's going to be exciting. Y'all know how I roll on my channel with the stock footage and the B-roll and the humor. So it'll be edited a little bit different for Ryan's channel, more serious, to the point, and then where relative information, what he talks about, will be included in those videos. So y'all stay tuned. There's a lot to come. So continue on. I agree with you about that. Anytime, she's definitely nervous. She's more confident on her own show because there's no opposition around her. So keep going.
No, I think that's basically it. I mean, I don't have a big conclusion. I just wanted to point that out so that people see this other side of her, and in case they missed it or they thought it was completely insincere. Based on my own, analytical history of analyzing these things. Not that I'm a specialist in psychology or I'm not trained in body language analysis, but I've had to learn a lot of this because of what I do in my career. And I've gotten, most people say I've gotten pretty skilled at it.
I can confirm what you were saying about Candace Owens. We started to touch on this on another break, and I think it started. So we were talking about Judge Joe Brown. So Judge Joe Brown said that, he's known her for a while, and that when you first meet her, you get the feeling that you've known her. She treats you as if she's known you her whole life. He thinks that genuinely she's a good person. And he said, now, look, this is his words, not mine. We were in a space when he said this. I was on stage with him. Somebody asked him about it. And he said he thinks something about MI6, which I thought was interesting because I want to share something with you, Ryan. I don't know if I sent it to you or not, but later on, I try to be selective what I send to Ryan because he's going through so much research, y'all. So if y'all send something, just really look at it, because I was like, somebody else just mentioned UK in a post the other day relative to Candace Owens. So Judge Joe Brown said something about MI6, and I was like, what? That wasn't even on my radar. And I think you had said something like, nah, I don't think so, when I first produced for you when Alex was on vacation. So I don't know, maybe it's something to look at, but we're not going down crazy rabbit trails. So yeah, I agree with you. Do you think it was a total waste of time, or do you think maybe a veil was lifted over some people that maybe they will consider stuff? I'm not sure that enough fact checking went on to make that decision.
To be honest, I mean, it wasn't a waste for me, because I had fun, and there were certain things I picked up on as I build my analysis and understanding, and I do my thing with those interactions that I learned from them. So it strengthened me for what I'm doing in particular, but other people are not doing that. I would say for the vast majority of people, I would say almost everybody, 99.99%, it was a waste of time. I would say so.
I'm with you. It wasn't a waste of time for me. There was some entertainment value, but if I would have been doing it by myself, I was going to do it because it was an opportunity for my channel. And when you said hey, we can collaborate, I was like, oh my gosh, because, there's somebody to do analysis for me. There's someone who is experienced in that field. So I want to do a huge thank you for joining us and doing this collaboration. Y'all, we're live across his channel too. He's got super chats, super stickers, and you don't have to be on a live to send that. If you want to support, I'm going to let him tell you about RyanMauro.com and the Institute for a moment. And then did you want to keep going, or do you want to close out? I know it's been a long...
I think we can close out. Because I have a meeting I have to do at 5 o'clock, so it might be time for a short little nappy.
Yes.
But
before I'm going to let you wrap up, and then I'm going to drop you down, because I'm going to do a promo before I close out for the grand jury. So it'll be, because I think it's fitting. It talks about probable cause, grand jury. So anyway, take it away, Ryan, and then when you're ready, go take your nap. Don't overdo it.
All right. So for those of you that don't know, my name is Ryan Mauro. The name of my podcast, which is very, very new, about 2 months old, but has been breaking a lot of stories related to international security and influence operations, specifically focused on Candace Owens, just because it's like you look at her background and George Farmer's background, and it's like a gateway into all this spy activity and influence operations, which is something I never thought I would ever say, that my field of study would result in focusing on Candace Owens as a central node into the world of espionage and influence operations and geopolitics. But here we are. The name of my podcast is The Counter Offensive. And my name is Ryan Mauro. Last name is Mauro. You can follow me on social media. One of the key things I emphasize is that I am anti-tribalism when it comes to basically anything, but especially political parties. I try to be as independent as I possibly can be. And if you know anything about the political sector, the sector of journalism and all of this, it's all corrupted by the two-party system. It's not corrupted when there's a nonprofit that specifically says they're conservative or liberal. Like, I have no problem with that, but just know they're only going to cover one side. And then there's a whole bunch that say that they're nonpartisan, and then but in actuality are controlled by the donors and their political agendas. And so I'm trying to make it on my own, which is a very, very difficult thing to do. Very, very few people succeed at it. But I consider it to be, for the sake of my own integrity, the sake of the country, honestly, for the survival of the country, and I explain why on my podcast. We've got to develop entities, specifically research entities, analytical entities, watchdogs that are outside of the two-party paralysis and the tribes. And that's what I'm aiming to do with the counter offensive. I think that if you look at the podcast I have, you'll see that the approach is unique and very different from anything out there. There'll be similarities in terms of there are other investigative podcasts, but the topic is different. The approach of how we lay out the evidence, how we follow the evidence trails week by week and give actual substantive updates, not like Candace does, but actual. So it's that you join me as an intelligence analyst, you join me as an investigator, and we go through the evidence trails and discover amazing, mind-boggling things together that really change how people, even including myself, view what's happening politically, religiously around the world, but especially in the U.S. And that's why I was saying I would love to talk to someone like Candace Owens, because my approach based on my background in national security in this specific field of study does open up opportunities for collaboration and fact gathering and productive things, even if someone hates me, that I have not seen other people do. Even if they're having a healthy dialogue, which we need more of, that is a little bit different than investigative fact gathering that is not a debate or adversarial, and it's literally just getting the pieces of the puzzle together, regardless of whether you like each other. And so I want to do more of that. And I have a nonprofit called the Mauro Institute. And you can go to ryanmauro.com. I think it's launched right now. We're getting it redone, but
let me look.
Yeah. If not, then there is a donation link
in the description.
In the description. Thank you. And so you can make it a tax-deductible donation if you'd like there, to help me do that. Yeah. What's up?
Look on the screen.
Oh wow,
it looks so
first
good.
time I saw that. Good job, guys.
They did good.
And donors helped me do this. Helped me relaunch my web presence.
My gosh.
In my desperate bid to survive doing this, because I'd love to continue doing it. My career spans back to when I was a kid doing this. But now it's probably the most critical and important and exciting time. But it's also the most precarious, or one of the most precarious times. So I could really appreciate your guys' help. Sign up for a newsletter, sign up for social media, share, like, subscribe. All that interaction helps more than you realize in terms of getting the content out there. So that's a donation in and of itself. But if you can financially support us and help me put together the team that this country desperately needs, you can go donate to the Mauro Institute, and it's tax deductible, so you can write off on your taxes. And I challenge everyone who tunes into one of my podcasts or interviews, ask yourself this question. Are you tuning in and benefiting from our work because you are entertained or interested in the content, or do you actually care? Because everybody says they care, but caring about making a positive difference is different than being entertained by content or interested in the topic. If you actually want to make a difference, my challenge is that you donate at least one tax-deductible dollar, so it could be less than $1, to the Mauro Institute to give us a shot at continuing this. And dropping some big bombs that we have in store.
Yep, I agree. So if you see up on the screen, y'all, you're looking at his beautiful website. I am so impressed. So if you go into the upper right corner, support the work. But if you don't have money right now, no worries. The liking, the sharing, reposting, all of that. But look at this, behind the stories. So if you go down here, put your email address, which I'm going to drop mine right there. Join the briefing. Boom. Join the briefing. I think I've already joined, though. That's why it won't let me send it. But anyway, everything looks good. I signed up to everything the first night I heard you and knew who you were. So I was like,
thank you.
I'm awesome. Signing up for everything. So Ryan, tell everybody bye. You've got to go take a nap and get ready for your next endeavor. Thank you for joining us. And y'all, stay tuned because I've got something to promote for tomorrow night. You know it's the grand jury. Ryan, we'll catch you on the flip-flop, man.
All righty. Talk to you later. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. All right, y'all. So that was Ryan. I think it's a good time to maybe play some Candy Rot. And then you guys remember tomorrow night is the grand jury at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm not even going to tell you about it. I'm just going to play the promo package. So here it is. And we will close out with Candy Rot. And that's it. You guys, thank you for joining Ryan on YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, all those platforms. Thank you for joining me on YouTube and the X platform. I think are the only places I'm streaming, and Facebook maybe. I can't remember. So anyway, let's go. I forgot what I said. Oh, the grand jury. Here we go, y'all. Here we go.
Money from Costello.
No.
So you're also known as Duck Torello?
Every Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern.
I refuse to answer on the grounds of made attentive. You got it?
5 new jurors. Review. Police use of force. Watch them deliberate.
Get any money?
They decide. Reasonable or
I'm
not.
not money from any of those fellas. None of those fellas.
How will they judge? The grand
I
jury.
don't even speak to the. I met that Charlie once or twice. I don't even talk to him.
You don't like him?
No.
Follow, subscribe, and
An
comment.
incarcerated individual's use of institutional telephones constitutes consent, and your calls may be provided to law enforcement agencies. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
All right, I know I'm able to tell y'all this much. Y'all go check out Joe Lanou at Joe_LNU. He check out his Patreon, y'all. It's going to be a fire show tomorrow night. There's actually some returning jurors coming back, so you guys go check out Southern FFA family as well as Lone Wolf, Land of Illusion, all of them. You guys, we'll catch you tomorrow night. I'm out of here. I've got a lot of editing to do. I've got to show my channel some love, y'all. So thank you for driving through. We thank you all for joining. And I thought it was nuts too. I really did. I thought it was nuts. All right, that's all I got, y'all. We're out of here. We are out of here. Off like a dirty shirt.
Got the world on my mind. Ain't no time to play. Chasing dreams, running fast, feeling no delay. We're the watchdogs, always watching what they say. Eyes wide open, we're taking what's ours. Breaking through the silence, aiming for the stars. The grind don't stop, we're living in the stars. On Watchdog Wednesday, we're raising the bars.